Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please find your seats and be seated. The President of the Republic of Korea is arriving very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be joined this morning by the President of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to officially welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Korea, the President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, members of the ANOC Executive Council, friends and colleagues from the National Olympic Committees, representatives of international federations, future organizing committees, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 26th ANOC General Assembly. We are delighted to have so many of you with us and online. We are honored that the President of the Republic of Korea is opening our General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. President, for taking the time out of your very busy day to be here with us. We are very grateful for your hospitality and for the warm welcome we have received from you, your compatriots in the Korean Sports and Olympic Committee, and from the city of Seoul. Korea is a country with a proud sporting heritage, and the KSOC is an important member of the Olympic family. We have fond memories from Pyeongchang 2018, and we're looking forward to returning again for the Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games. Your presence here is a reflection of just how important the ANOC General Assembly really is. After all, this is more than a meeting. We in ANOC should not take for granted just how significant and unique it is to host an event attended by representatives from nearly 200 countries. As a global NOC family, we are made up of so many different cultures and backgrounds. Across continents, we have different views and perspectives. And like families, we may not always agree. But as an international organization of 204 national Olympic committees, our strength comes in our diversity. It comes from an understanding that not everyone thinks in the same way we do, and that we are stronger when we work together. I look forward to this General Assembly, which will showcase our unity in diversity and demonstrate our openness to listening to and sharing views in a respectful and productive way. Once again, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, and our partners from the KSOC, the Seoul Metropolitan City, the national federations, and local sports councils. Thank you as well to the President of the IOC, Thomas Bach, and our friends from the IOC, international federations, and organizing committee. And thanks to you, all of the NOCs. I wish you all a very productive General Assembly. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your welcome message, Acting President Mitchell. May I now please invite Mr. Ki, President of the Korean Sport and Olympic Committee, to come to the podium.
Your Excellency, President Yoon Suk-yeol, IOC President Thomas Bach, ANOC Acting President Robin Mitchell, Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism Park Bo-gyun, ANOC's delegate and friend of the sports family. It is a great honor for the Korean Sports and the Olympic Committee and me personally to hold the 26th ANOC General Assembly in Seoul. In particular, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to President Yoon for taking time to give us warm welcome and inspiration, despite his busy schedule. Also, I am grateful to the IOC President Thomas Bach and the ANOC Acting President Robin Mitchell and the delegate of the NOCs for traveling a long way to Seoul. I welcome you all. I would also like to express my gratitude to those attending virtually. This is the third ANOC General Assembly to be held in Seoul, following the 5th General Assembly in 1986 and the 15th edition in 2006. The General Assembly in 1986 served as a cornerstone for successful hosting of the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games, which contributed to upgrading Korea and drove sports to stand on the global stage. The General Assembly in 2006 was an opportunity for Korea to find a path for winter sports and the radio foundation to successfully host the 2080 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games. International sports event Takeover Korea has hosted left us a valuable legacy. Korean people cherish the inherent value of sports. We enjoy sports and believe that we can build a better community through sports. In 2024, Korea will host the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Game. Along with the Youth Olympic Game, this General Assembly will certainly be a precious occasion to spread out Olympic movement and its value among people of Korea and of the world as well. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to President Yoon for supporting the hosting of the Youth Olympic Game and also for the policy proclaimed by the new administration that guarantee sports as a basic right and ensure safe and affordable environment for all citizens to practice sport. Dear Olympic family, in the past 2 years, the entire world has experienced difficulty due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sports was not exempt, as it could not be inspired by cheer because stand was empty. Competition was postponed or cancelled. However, under the leadership of the IOC and with the solidarity among ANOCs, the Olympic movement has continued united in friendship and trust and overcame those difficulties. Such a valuable experience have given us a confidence that we are able to overcome any challenge or threat under the banner of the Olympic spirit. I hope that this General Assembly will provide us with another opportunity to address and overcome the current issue and further strengthen the spirit and value of the Olympic movement. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Secretariat of the ANOC for its entire effort and to Seoul City and the Korean government for their support extended to us throughout preparation of the General Assembly. I wish you all fruitful meeting and a wonderful stay amid a beautiful autumn day in Korea. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Key. Let us now please welcome the President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Thomas Bach, for his opening remarks.
Mr. President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Acting President of ANOC, dear friends. It is a great pleasure indeed to see you all, or most of you, face to face, to being able to look into your eyes, to be able to hug you, and to be able to have a chat with you after all these many years of social distancing. It is also a great pleasure to have this opportunity here in Korea, in Seoul, this great Olympic city, and having got it started with this magnificent reception yesterday evening, which was a unique display of Korean culture, of Korean high-tech, and of modern and youthful sport. Altogether, what we could follow the culture and the Korean fairy tales on the screen, breaking as a pre-taste for Paris 2024, K-pop as an important factor of Korean culture of today, combined with the hospitality of our Korean friends. There I would like to express the sincere thanks to KSOC under the leadership of President Lee. It is also a great pleasure and honor to have President Yoon here with us, because it gives me the opportunity to tell you that President Yoon is a true friend and supporter of sport, in particular in Korea, but also of the entire Olympic movement. He is a man who is sharing and appreciating the values of sport, and who is sharing and supporting the contribution of sport to a healthy society. So you can feel really comfortable to have him here with us, and I think nobody can explain this better to you than himself, how much supportive he is to all of us. Let's have a good ANOC General Assembly all together. Let's enjoy this being together, and let's take yesterday's blend of sport and culture and this youthful approach also as a good omen for our General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Bak. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the President of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol.
Honorable Dr. Robin Mitchell, Acting President of the Association of National Olympic Committees. Honorable Dr. Thomas Bach, President of the International Olympic Committee. Representatives from the World National Olympic Committees, and ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 26th ANOC General Assembly Seoul 2022. I also express my appreciation to those of you joining us virtually, the sports leaders from around the world. Major issues in international sports are discussed here at ANOC General Assembly, which was held in Seoul, Republic of Korea in 1986 and 2006, now being held again for the third time. I find this very meaningful indeed. And taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the ANOC and NOCs worldwide, which are spearheading international sports together with the IOC and international federations. Thank you for all your hard work. Respected leaders in sports from around the world, the Republic of Korea, through the great sports festival of the Olympic Games, has continued to stand in solidarity with the international community while working together for world peace. And yet, various threats to peace in the world that the international community confronts is very serious indeed. However, through our global initiatives for solidarity, I believe these issues and challenges can be overcome. Guided by the Olympic spirit for advancing humanity and promoting world peace, we must surmount these challenges. The IOC and ANOC have demonstrated thus far their commitment to freedom and solidarity through sports. And for this to continue going forward as well, the international community must pool their strengths. Global leaders in sports. The Republic of Korea held the Seoul Summer Olympics in 1988 and Pyeongchang Winter Olympics in 2018 with much success, through which it delivered a message of peace and harmony to the entire world. The perfection of human and promotion of world peace through sport, the very ideals of the Olympics, resonated with the Korean people, who deeply cherish those inspirational moments to this day and take great pride in having been part of the Olympic spirit. Moreover, the Korean government is working to systematically preserve and harness both tangible and intangible Olympic legacies that the Seoul and Pyeongchang Olympics have left, thereby remembering and putting into practice the Olympic spirit and values. Building on such valuable experiences, Korea is now preparing for the Olympics for future generations. In January 2024, Korea will host the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games, which aims to share the spirit of the Olympics with the youth, thus advancing world peace through sports, bringing together the world in harmony. All of you gathered here have diligently safeguarded the Olympic spirit, and to keep it alive and intact for posterity, I look forward to your keen interest and support. Sports leaders from across the globe. The spirit of freedom and solidarity the Korean government strives to pursue is no different from the Olympic spirit. For the spirit of freedom and solidarity to be embraced in sports across the entire spectrum, Korea will exert its utmost effort to that end and also contribute to the international community through sports. My government will add strength to the undertakings by the IOC and ANOC, which have devoted themselves to the cause of world peace. Once again, I welcome you to the 26th ANOC General Assembly, Seoul 2022, and look forward to its meaningful results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for being with us this morning. Mr. President, we know that you have many matters to attend to, and unfortunately, we cannot keep President Yoon here any longer. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us please show our appreciation for the President of the Republic of Korea, President Yoon Suk-yeol. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our program as soon as the Acting President, Dr. Robin Mitchell, and IOC President, Dr. Thomas Pak, return.
It's not over.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the ANOC Merit Awards. The ANOC Merit Award was created to recognize persons who have, in an exceptional way, contributed to or furthered the work of the organization. It is my pleasure to invite ANOC Acting President, Dr. Robin Mitchell, ANOC Secretary General Ganila Lindberg, and IOC President Thomas Bach to the podium to present the awards. The first Merit Award goes to the President of the Gambia National Olympic Committee, Ms. Beatrice Allen. Beatrice Allen is one of the most well-respected female leaders in Africa. Her contribution to the development of sport is widely recognized, especially with her professional skill of international development. She has devoted her whole life to working for women in sport in her country and in Africa. Congratulations to Ms. Beatrice Allen. Congratulations, Beatrice. Would you like to say a few words?
I am so overwhelmed. I don't know what to say, but thank you very much, Mr. IOC President, Mr. Acting ANOC President, Madam Secretary General, all members of the sporting fraternity. I really feel happy about this because it's not my doing, but because of the support of everyone in sports, especially the sporting leaders, for giving me the opportunity to do something that is being recognized today. Thank you.
Now, Bea, don't go away because we will do a group photo with all of the awardees at the end. Our next award goes to NOC of Djibouti President, Ms. Aisha Garad Ali. With her 35 years of experience from her work as an educator, administrator, and leader in sport, Ms. Ali has dedicated her life to the Olympic movement in her country, Africa, and throughout the world. Congratulations, Aisha. The floor is yours, Aisha.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello, everyone. I am, of course, very touched, and I would like to thank the President of the International Olympic Committee, as well as the the African Olympic Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, sports has given me everything, and I'm trying to give back to sports everything that sports has given me. It is my passion, and I hope I will have a lasting life in that. Thank you very much.
Our next merit award goes to the President of the New Zealand Olympic Committee, Mr. Michael Stanley. Mr. Stanley has had a long involvement in sport, spanning over 4 decades as an athlete, coach, commentator, and administrator. Mr. Stanley is a respected and inspiring leader who has drawn on his experiences to stand up for integrity in sport and to ensure athletes are at the heart of every decision. Congratulations, Michael.
I see President Bach, Acting President President Mitchell. This indeed is a great honour and a great surprise, I'd have to say. It has been an absolute honour to work in the field of sport for my life, and to have met so many fine people who pursue sport with a passion for the good of this world. I deeply am honoured by this award, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners. Now we would like to have a group photo. Let's have some music. It's so quiet. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our ANOC Merit awardees, please. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for ANOC to present some gifts. We would like first to invite the President of the Korean Sport and Olympic Committee, Mr. Ki-Hyung Lee, to receive this special ANOC gift in appreciation of his great contribution in hosting our General Assembly for this year. We have Acting President Dr. Mitchell and our Secretary General Gunilla presenting the gifts to President Key. Our next gift goes to someone I think that many of you know, and it's my pleasure to invite the IOC's former Deputy Director General for Relations with the Olympic Movement, Mr. Peremiro, to receive his gift. President Mitchell, do we dare to ask Pere to say a few words? I don't know how few it will be.
Well, you know that you are in risk if I take the floor, eh? Sorry for your schedule. Well, I have no words to thank you, all of you, for what we have done together during the last 30 years. And as I used to say in my every year appearance with you here, it has been an honor, and it is an honor to work for you and with you. But if you allow me, only the last thing promised is I would like to dedicate this award to all my team, the team that has been working with me during the last 30 years, all those that they have been working. During these years, more than 100 people in different moments, don't worry, we don't have 100 people working with us, President. We have got more than 100 people working in different moments in Olympic solidarity and NOC relations. And all of them, they have been devoted to you. And they continue devoted to you. And especially my successor, James, that I wish for you, James, and the team all the best. And all the best for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pere. I think the applause says it all. And now a group photo. And again, the silence. Congratulations to President Key and to Mr. Peremiro. Thank you very much, everyone. That concludes the opening ceremony. I wish you all a very productive and enjoyable General Assembly. Now I hand the floor back over to Acting President Dr. Robin Mitchell. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now get on with the business of the meeting, and I'll ask the Secretary General to carry out a roll call.
Thank you very much. We have 187 NOCs present in the room. We have 16 hybrid and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, and I'll ask you to continue, Gunilla, to the next item.
Yeah, now we will make a tribute to the sport leaders that have left us since our last meeting in Crete. So I ask you to raise for the video.
Thank you very much. Yeah. We'll move on to the agenda item number 2, the approval of the minutes of the 24th ANOC General Assembly held in Crete in 2021. We received any corrections?
Yeah, Mr. President, the minutes has been sent out and we have had no comments from the NOCs.
Are there any comments or queries from the floor? If not, can I ask someone to move that it's a true record of our last meeting? If you could hold up your number plate, please. No, sorry, there's no number plate. Can I have somebody to move, please? Thank you, Aruba. Seconder? Cook Islands, thank you. Anybody dissenting against the minutes? Otherwise, I take it as accepted, as circulated. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item number 3, and it's the address by my report to the Assembly. And if, with your indulgence, I'll do this sitting down if you don't mind. My old hockey knee is not going to last a while in presenting this report. The President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, members of the ANOC Executive Council, friends and colleagues from the IOC and the National Olympic Committees, representatives of international federations and future organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen and friends. It is my great pleasure to be here with you all for the 26th Annual General Assembly in the beautiful city of Seoul. We had planned to be here in 2020 and then again last year, but COVID-19 prevented us from being able to do so, but most importantly, we are here now. And we'd like to thank the Korean Olympic and Sports Committee, the Seoul Metropolitan City, the national federations, and local sports for their hospitality in welcoming us to Seoul. The ANOC General Assembly is always such a special occasion. There is no other event where NOCs come together in friendship under one roof to share ideas, best practices, and common challenges. This is valued even more this year. While we are able to continue working together remotely during the pandemic, nothing compares to meeting in person. I am delighted to say today, as Gunilla mentioned, we have 187 NOCs in the room. And those of you joining us online, you're all welcome. You told us in the questionnaire ANOC's questionnaire that you value the opportunity to meet regularly through the ANOC General Assembly. And so we will continue to make sure this happens. And we have worked hard to ensure this General Assembly is as informative, interactive, and productive as possible. We have a busy agenda over the next 3 days with many important items to inform and inspire discussion and new thinking. For the first time in many decades, we are also hosting special theme panel sessions on the third day of the General Assembly. We hope you will all engage in these sessions, which are focused on sustainability and integrity in sport, two critical subjects that affect all national Olympic committees, and two subjects we know that many of you have been addressing this year. Of course, we must acknowledge that it has been and continues to be a very challenging year. Conflicts in Ukraine, Yemen, Afghanistan, and many other regions in the world, and natural disasters continue to cause great suffering. ANOC stands together in solidarity with the Olympic communities in all these countries in their efforts to help their people resolve this crisis. The issue of emanating from the crisis in Ukraine has caused all of us a great deal of soul-searching. What is clear is that we need a unified approach and an approach that works for all 206 NOCs around the world. The President has consistently laid out an approach that can work for all of us from wherever you come from. Early on in the conflict, ANOC made clear of its support for the IOC's position and that the IOC President would be the spokesman on our behalf. 11 NOCs, mostly from the region affected, have voiced their concerns and written to the ANOC Executive Council. We understand these concerns and we discussed them fully yesterday, but we know that for the Olympic movement to continue to function, we need to respect the vast majority of the NOCs and to support the mission of the Olympic movement and the IOC recommendations that we have all agreed to. During these difficult times, we recognize that sport is not the most important priority, but we must also remember that sport has an unparalleled power to bring people together, break down barriers, and promote tolerance and understanding. We have seen so many times before how sport can contribute to social change and encourage us all to be the very best versions of ourselves. We have seen the sports world unite together in our shared values as we call for an end to violence and, as President Bach has said, to giving peace a chance. This was clear during both the Olympic Winter Games in Beijing earlier in the year and the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games 8 months earlier. They were games in which the world's Olympians showcased the very best of sport and humanity. We saw so many incredible performances and moving displays of sportsmanship. The Games united us through sport and inspired many people over the world. None of this would have been possible without the dedication of you, the National Olympic Committees, to your athletes. But you all persevered, overcame the challenges, and supported your athletes to compete at their very best despite the impact of COVID-19. We will have the chance to celebrate the success of these wonderful athletes tonight during the annual ANOC Awards. While some normality has returned, as we begin to live with COVID-19, we know that many of you are still recovering from the pandemic. At ANOC, we have worked to support you in the best way we can. In partnership with Olympic Solidarity and the Continental Associations, we were able to allocate almost $12 million to NOCs to help with the training ahead of Tokyo 2020. And we greatly welcome and acknowledge the IOC President's assurance of funding for NOC for the next quadrennial, demonstrating the stability and solidarity of the Olympic movement. Since our last General Assembly, we've been working on the implementation of the ANOC strategic plan, which you all approved. By working closely with the continental associations and in partnership with you all, ANOC has made good progress in many areas. ANOC Secretary General Gunilla Lindberg will go into more detail in her report. But needless to say, there is a lot for us to be proud of this year, and we're committed to continue building on your support. It has been my honor to serve as acting ANOC president over the last 4 years and to continue the mandate of Sheikh Ahmad Al-Fahad Al-Sabah. And if you put your trust in me to serve as ANOC president for the coming 4 years, I will do as I can to serve the NOCs in collaboration with our ANOC Executive Council. We look forward to the various continental games next year and the achievements of the athletes. As IOC President Thomas Bach said, we are stronger together, and our new Olympic motto appropriately reflects the solidarity we see every day in the ANOC family. At a time of so much division around the world, we should continue to focus on unity. Sport will continue to build bridges and send out messages of hope when it is needed most. I wish you all a very productive and enjoyable General Assembly and look forward to meeting with you in the days ahead. Kamsahamnida, and thank you. We will now move on to the report by the IOC President, and then we'll take questions and comments after the President's presentation. President Bach, you have the floor.
Dear friends, here I am again. I'm sure you were already missing me, but I have to warn you, when Pere was joking about being at risk with regard to a longer speech, now you are not at risk. You will have to face one, because we all have been looking forward to coming here to meet together again and to speak about sport, to speak about forthcoming Olympic Games, to speak about athletes, to speak about great performances. But I'm afraid that I have to begin by addressing the position of the Olympic movement with regards to the war in Ukraine. Almost 8 months have passed since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and still there is no end in sight. This situation is unique for the Olympic movement for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the Russian invasion of Ukraine represents a blatant violation of the Olympic truce that was in place for the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. This violation of the Olympic truce was also a violation of the principles of our Olympic Charter by the Russian government. Secondly, the situation is unique because of the consequences this war has for the sports world. Some governments are interfering in your autonomy. Some governments are interfering in the autonomy of world sport, and with this, jeopardizing the integrity of international sports competitions. We had to react to both the violation of the Olympic Charter and the political interference in international sports competitions. Following our principles, we did so with sanctions on the one hand and with protective measures on the other hand. We sanction the ones who are responsible for starting this war, the Russian and Belarusian governments. Therefore, we condemned the blatant violation of the Olympic truce and the principles of the Olympic Charter just hours after the beginning of the invasion. We sanctioned the Russian and Belarusian governments by recommending that the international federations do not organize any international sport events in Russia or Belarus. We recommended furthermore that no national symbols whatsoever of these countries should be displayed at any sports events. By recently annexing Ukrainian territory, the Russian government has even deepened its violation of the Olympic Charter. Because this annexation means that the Russian government is claiming authority over the people living in the annexed areas, including athletes. This is a clear violation of the jurisdiction of the National Olympic Committee of Ukraine, which is protected by the Olympic Charter. All this means for us the sanctions against the Russian and Belarusian states and government must and will remain firmly in place. On the other hand, we had to ensure the integrity of international sport competitions and protect our autonomy by taking protective measures. Therefore, we recommended that as a principle, not to allow Russian and Belarusian athletes and officials to take part in international competitions. We needed to do so because we had to realize that some governments were starting to interfere in the responsibility and in the sole responsibility of sports organizations. We had to react because the autonomy of sport and the functioning, the overall functioning of the international sports system is at stake. Governments were and are undermining our autonomy by deciding who would be allowed to participate in which sport competition and who not. Some of you are experiencing this interference firsthand. Governments not issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian athletes. Some governments threatening your athletes to withdraw funding if they were to compete against Russian or Belarusian competitors. Some prohibiting athletes from participating in such competitions. Some governments pressuring your athletes and you through public opinion. This is why we had to take these protective measures. We did so, but with a very heavy heart, because these protective measures concern athletes and sports officials who did not start this war, who are not responsible for this war. Athletes should never be the victims of policies of their own government. This situation puts us in an unsolvable dilemma. On the one hand, we cannot fully live up to our Olympic mission, which is to protect the athletes and to unite the entire world in peaceful competition. We all had always agreed and insisted on this principle in the past when athletes from one or the other country refused to compete against athletes from another country for political reasons. We have insisted on this principle because we all agree that such a unifying, peaceful competition is at the core of our mission. Now, unfortunately, in this unique situation, the only way to protect this mission was to recommend the non-participation of athletes just because of their passport. Because if we would have been bowing to this political pressure, if we would have been bowing to this attack on our autonomy, we would have experienced a domino effect which would lead to discrimination, division, and conflict in sport just for political reasons. We had to protect the international sports system from the full politicization of sport. Because today it is Russia and Belarus. But if we let politics take over, if we let politics take over sport, then tomorrow it will be you. And this we must prevent. We must avoid that sport becomes just another tool of this now so popular tit-for-tat sanction regime in the world for any political reason. Each of us has to know that they could be affected themselves in the future. Each of us knows that our government has not only political friends and allies in this divisive world and could therefore be affected by such sanctions. In the interest of all of us, we firmly resist this full politicization of sport. In standing up against this full politicization of sport, we will, on the other hand, not fall into the trap of the propaganda machine that wants to make people believe that it is us who are violating the Olympic Charter. A propaganda machine that even goes so far to not call this conflict for what it is, a war. A propaganda machine which is reversing cause and effect. Whoever so blatantly violates the Olympic truce and the Olympic Charter with even military means has to face sanctions that protect our values. It is perverse. It is perverse to denounce our sanctions and protective measures as a politicization of sport. The reasons for the sanctions as well as for the protective measures still exist. This is not the time to change any of our sanctions or protective measures. In this context, some of you ask, why do our sanctions not extend to the Russian and Belarusian sports organizations? Our answer is, this war has not been started by the Russian people, the Russian athletes, the Russian Olympic Committee, or the IOC members in Russia. Sanctions can and must only be imposed on those who are responsible for something. Imagine for one moment where the precedence of such a breach of the rule of law would lead to. Every individual, every athlete, every sports official, every sports organization would have to be punished for any illegitimate political action of their governments. Then, with all the too many wars and conflict situations in the world, many of you could not be able to be here together with us because of such sanctions or counter-sanctions. In the interest of all, we resist this full politicization of sport. We will not be more political than the politicians. At this moment, we are meeting here. The General Assembly of the United Nations is meeting with the full participation of all their member states, regardless of whether their countries are in conflict or war. But the fact that we cannot overcome our dilemma at this moment must not only not prevent us, must even encourage us to exploring ways of how we can overcome it in the future. The Olympic Games, which unite the entire world in peaceful competition, are a powerful symbol of peace. To be such a symbol of peace, Olympic sport needs the participation of all the athletes who accept the rules, even and especially if their countries are in confrontation or at war. A competition from only like-minded countries are not a credible symbol of peace. The Olympic Games must always build these bridges. They must never erect walls. This is why we are in such a dilemma today. In protecting our principles, we cannot fully live up to our principles and our mission of uniting all the athletes of the whole world. And this political world is becoming more and more fragmented, hostile, and polarized. If we do not resist these forces of division, our Olympic movement, we all, will become a part of this antagonistic zero-sum political game and political battle. We must do everything what is in our power to not become a victim of these confrontational political forces. Therefore, we need ourselves to answer the question: what future for the Olympic movement do we want? Do we want our Olympic movement to be pulled apart and divided by political pressure? Or do we stay committed to our Olympic mission to unite the entire world in peaceful competition? So I ask each and every one of you, what Olympic future do you want? Which path do we choose? The path of division or the path of unity? For the IOC, for the vast majority among us here, for the international federations, and for me personally, the answer is crystal clear. We do not want to be pulled apart and divided. We want to live up to our Olympic mission. This path of unity and peace is what the Olympic movement is, what we are standing for. We all have our feelings and emotions about war and about the war in Ukraine. We all feel the urge to help in face of the human tragedy that is taking place. We feel the pain of the Ukrainian athletes and of all the Ukrainian Olympic community who are suffering day by day from this cruel war. We are saddened to realize that we cannot take all of this pain away. All the more we are committed to our solidarity efforts to help our Ukrainian friends in every way we can. For this, during my visit to Kiev this summer, we have tripled our solidarity fund for Ukraine. This solidarity, as well as all our measures, were greatly appreciated by the Ukrainian athletes, the National Olympic Committee of Ukraine, and by the highest authorities in the country. In this context, I would like to thank so many of you, NOCs and IFs, who have been overwhelming us with their demonstration of solidarity, which comes in many cases on top of this tripled fund. I'm sure I can speak for all of you that we will continue this solidarity effort by the entire Olympic community, and we will continue to stand at the side of the Ukrainian athletes so that we can welcome a strong team from the National Olympic Committee of Ukraine at Paris 2024 and Milano 2026. When it comes to our actions as an Olympic movement as a whole, we have to be guided by our mission and our principles. We have to act in order to protect this mission of the Olympic movement, and this is to be unifying. This is to be a unifying, not a dividing force in our already too fragmented world. All this is taking place in a time when there is a new world order in the making. We can see already today that this new world order will be more divisive than the one we are striving for. This unfortunate trend must alert us in the Olympic movement, because it is going against our mission to unite the world. But exactly in these divisive and confrontational times, people around the world are looking for a unifying force. A unifying force that brings humankind together. And this is what we can offer. We can offer to unite the entire world in a peaceful competition. Together with all these people of goodwill, we want to make our humble contribution to peace. We did so right here on the Korean Peninsula not so long ago. The Olympic Winter Games Pyeongchang 2018 were on the brink because of the threat of war and confrontation on the Korean Peninsula, just a few months before the opening. By standing together and by always acting according to our principles, we overcame these challenges. What began as a seemingly insurmountable situation ended with the unforgettable joint march of the athletes of the NOCs of South and North Korea at the opening ceremony. It ended with a unified women's ice hockey team showing the world the unifying power of sport. It ended with the Olympic Winter Games Pyeongchang 2018 sending a powerful message of peace from the Korean Peninsula to the world. Even more recently, we faced the global pandemic and its consequences. Also during this dark time, we managed to significantly strengthen the relevance of sport and of our values in society. We did so by highlighting the contribution of sport to physical and mental health. We did so by promoting the great social significance of sport as the glue which binds community together. We did so by emphasizing the economic contribution of sport. We did so by successfully and safely organizing 2 editions of Olympic Games during the global pandemic, thereby sending a powerful message of hope, resilience, solidarity, and peace to the world. But we could all achieve this all only by being foresightful and by being united as one Olympic movement. When we show this unity and foresight also in the context of the present situation and the war in Ukraine, I am very confident that we can overcome this challenge also. And yes, that we also can overcome our dilemma. The big question is, how? First and foremost, we must stay united. This is why I would like to thank very much all the NOCs, the IFs, and all the athletes that have been following our recommendations with regard to the sanctions and to the protective measures. At the same time, I call on everybody in the Olympic movement, and I call here at ANOC, especially on each and every NOC, do not divide our one Olympic movement. Choose the path of unity and peace. Please keep always our Olympic mission in your minds and in your hearts. Always remember that we are a global movement. The Olympic movement is universal. This means that all of you, that all of us, are first and foremost a member of our worldwide Olympic movement. Keep this in mind and always remember that you, your autonomy, your athletes could be the next in line to be sanctioned for political reasons. Secondly, we have to act with foresight. We have to be proactive. To protect and defend our autonomy, we have to convince the political leaders of this world of the importance of our unifying mission. We have to convince them that sport must be something that binds us together, despite all the disputes and differences we can have. We have to convince them not to cut this precious bond. This precious bond, which they have been celebrating in the past in countless declarations and resolutions. To be able to convince them of this unifying power of sport, we need first of all to stay united among ourselves. We have together to resist any attempt to divide our Olympic movement. in a time when we are facing too many divisions and too many conflicts, in a time when we are facing too much confrontation and too many wars, in such a fragile and turbulent time, I'm sure that all of you, the NOCs of the world, will join me in our call to all political leaders of this world, the call that I already made at the opening and closing ceremonies of the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. Give peace a chance. The unifying mission and the contribution to peace by our Olympic movement is mentioned by many leaders in politics and sport I talk to. Many of them, and so many of you, have expressed the hope, and some even the confidence, that sport can contribute to change this confrontational mindset. That the great symbol of the Olympic Games can inspire political leaders to think about pathways to peace and cooperation instead of war and division. In this true Olympic spirit of solidarity and peace, I invite you all to join hands, to stand united with confidence in each other, as we have been doing so well in the past years. Let us not divide our precious Olympic movement. Let us together walk this path of unity and peace. Let us together live up to our Olympic mission. Keep following the sanctions and protective measures. Do not do less, because doing less means you divide the Olympic movement. Do not do more, because doing more means you divide the Olympic movement. Based on such a strong foundation of unity, we can look forward to the development of the Olympic movement with great confidence. We know that the challenges will not diminish, but we have been preparing for this as much as we could. As we said already in April 2020, at the outbreak of the pandemic, even once we have overcome the health crisis, we will have to face the far-reaching social, financial, economic, and political consequences. They are now exacerbated by the consequences of the war. Because we stood together in unity and with foresight, we were able to seize the opportunities that these crises offered us. This was in large part thanks to the great success of the unprecedented cycle of 3 consecutive editions of Olympic Games in Asia: 2018 in Korea, 2020 in Japan, 2022 in China. Building on this great success, we have not only brought stability to our Olympic movement. The success allowed us to emerge from these crises even stronger than before. Just how successful this Asian cycle was is illustrated by the latest global broadcast audience figures. The Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022 were the most digitally engaged Olympic Winter Games ever, with more than 2 billion people watching globally across linear TV and digital platforms. These latest figures build on the preceding record of figures from the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 and Pyeongchang 2018. Yes, each of these Olympic Games faced unprecedented challenges: political conflict and tensions, a global pandemic that still is ongoing as we speak. And yet, each in their own unique way, These 3 successive Olympic Games editions have shown us what we can achieve together when we act with foresight, with solidarity, and in unity. This is why I would like to once again express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all of you, the NOCs of the world, and in particular to our Olympic friends in Asia. Thank you to our Olympic friends in Korea, Japan, and China. Thank you for writing Olympic history. We did it. We did it for the athletes. We did it together. Because of this unity and foresight, we are facing these turbulent times from a position of stability and strength. How important this position of strength and stability is for our Olympic movement is highlighted by the worsening global economic situation. Inflation, exponentially rising energy costs, and recession are exacerbating the social, financial, and political pressures from the COVID-19 crisis, causing hardship and affecting the lives of people everywhere. The Olympic movement is not spared from this reality. But thanks to our position of strength and stability, you can continue to count on the IOC in these turbulent times. The IOC will fully deliver on all its financial commitments that we made to you. This is also true for our Olympic solidarity budget, which we even increased for this Olympiad by 16% to a total of $590 million. All of the NOCs, all of the IFs, all of the athletes benefit from this funding. Also here, we acted with foresight to be prepared for an unpredictable future, so that we would be in a position to give financial security to the Olympic community when times get rough. And times are rough now. Therefore, our stable situation is by no means a foregone conclusion. We are where we are today thanks to the collective and concerted effort by all of us. In this fragile world, the stability that we are enjoying is perhaps the strongest currency that you can have. Not many other organizations can claim to have this strong currency of stability in our volatile times. But this volatility also means that each one of you faces different circumstances and different challenges. Therefore, each one of you has to be prudent. It is in your own interest to now look into all your actions and now set clear priorities. Review now all your planned activities and decide whether every event, every competition, every meeting is really necessary given the precarious situation the world economy is and will be facing. Such a review of our actions is prudent not only from a financial perspective. In our interconnected world, we're also facing interconnected challenges. The climate crisis is one of such urgent global challenges. This is why, in line with our Olympic Agenda 2020+5, we undertook an in-depth review of our IOC activities, not only from an economic standpoint, but especially with a view to reduce our carbon emissions. Today, the IOC is already a carbon-neutral organization. We are committed to becoming a climate-positive organization by 2024. To achieve this, we have already reduced our carbon footprint significantly and are committed to reach our target of a 50% reduction by 2030. Likewise, all upcoming editions of the Olympic Games are already committed to be at least carbon neutral. Going further, we will require all Olympic Games to be climate positive at the latest from 2030 onwards. I can only urge all of you to do the same. Review all your sports events, your competitions, meetings, and all your activities, not only from a financial point of view, but also with the aim to reduce our collective carbon footprint. In doing so, you will be showing true solidarity, in particular with your fellow NOCs who are threatened in their very existence by the climate crisis. In this sense, all of us share a double responsibility. The responsibility to ensure the financial sustainability of sport and the responsibility to safeguard the sustainable future of our planet. To state the obvious, the two are inextricably linked. The effects that climate change is having already now is especially obvious in winter sports. Global warming is making it more and more difficult in many areas of the world to enjoy winter sports in a responsible and sustainable way. This is why we have asked our future host commission to look into the consequences of climate change for winter sport and what it means not only for hosting winter sport events, but also for the legacy and sustainability of such events. We can only encourage all stakeholders to benefit from this expertise before they take far-reaching decisions on their winter sport competitions. We would have appreciated if such a consultation would have taken place with regard to one or the other recent decision in this respect. In order for all of us to better address global challenges, our Olympic Agenda 2020+5 is focused on strengthening the role of sport as an important enabler for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Again, all of us need to play our part when it comes to the realization of the SDGs. This is why it is so encouraging to see that just this year, already 102 new projects have been initiated by national Olympic committees from around the world, focused on promoting community cohesion, health, well-being, and the Olympic values. With Olympism 365, we have established a framework to strengthen partnerships with NOCs and development institutions in areas such as education, gender equality, climate action, and many more. With Olympic Agenda 2020+5, we have also committed to strengthen our credibility and integrity, because we know that our ability to make the world a better place through sport rests on our credibility. In this context, the IOC Strategic Framework on Human Rights is an important milestone. The framework details how we are further embedding human rights within our remit, across our 3 spheres of responsibility. This will fundamentally shape the working practices of the IOC as an organization, the Olympic Games, and the Olympic movement. It is important to emphasize that with this framework, we are fully abiding by the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. These UN guiding principles also confirm our position that we can only be held responsible for something related to our remit. These UN principles make it clear that we cannot be held responsible for any human rights issues that take place in a country. These UN principles are explicit that any issues beyond the remit of the respective organizations is the responsibility of the governments. The same is true for you. Your government cannot task you and your athletes to solve problems that politicians have not been able to solve. I can only encourage you to follow this IOC Strategic Framework on Human Rights within your remit. They provide a clear and unambiguous way forward. They are another contribution of the entire Olympic movement to the realization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Olympic Agenda 2020+5 is also driving the digitalization of the Olympic movement. One of the many actions in this regard will be the 2nd edition of the Olympic eSports series, a unique digital experience to grow direct engagement with a new audience, this in virtual sports. And again, we will even go a step further. In 2023, we will have a true festival around this Olympic eSports series, getting all stakeholders together to celebrate the Olympic spirit also in this virtual world, and in this case, in Singapore, my dear friend Samyang. These are just a few examples to illustrate that Olympic Agenda 2020+5 is well underway. We had to hit the ground running because the global pandemic and the geopolitical situation have confronted the entire world and us in the Olympic movement with unprecedented challenges. Here again, it is only thanks to our foresight and our unity that allows us to look to the future with great confidence. The Olympic Games Paris 2024 will mark the beginning of a new era. Olympic Games inspired by and aligned with Olympic Agenda from start to finish. They will be more inclusive, more youthful, more urban, more sustainable, and they will be the very first with full gender parity. And all of this in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. We can already look forward to a stunning opening ceremony with hundreds of thousands of people welcoming and celebrating the best athletes of the world along the River Seine, with iconic landmarks such as the Eiffel Tower or Notre Dame Cathedral as backdrops. A really perfect reflection of our vision for innovative, spectacular, inclusive Olympic Games, offering an outstanding athletes' experience. Paris 2024 is also setting the bar with its ambitious climate goals, aiming to become the first climate-positive Olympic Games in history, even 6 years ahead of our timeline. We can also look forward with great confidence to the Olympic Winter Games Milano-Cortina 2026. The extensive use of existing facilities reduces cost, carbon footprint, and ensures legacy, thereby achieving 3 sustainable effects at the same time. Yes, there are challenges we have to face, in particular in light of the difficult global financial and economic situation. But we also know about the enthusiasm, the efficiency, and the dedication of our Italian friends. This is why we can be very confident that we will celebrate excellent Olympic Winter Games Milano-Cortina 2026, which will vibrate with this Olympic spirit, which will vibrate with the Italian passion for sport, which will vibrate with the Italian culture, which will vibrate with the Italian way of life. Already in early 2024, we will have the great privilege to enjoy the great hospitality and the outstanding organizational skills of our Korean Olympic friends again, when we celebrate the Winter Youth Olympic Games Gangwon 2024. This is another example of a great positive Olympic legacy. In 2026, we will together celebrate a first in Olympic history by having the first Olympic event ever on African soil, the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026. We are all looking forward to this festival of youth and sport and to the Ubuntu spirit of African culture which our friends from Senegal and from the entire African continent will offer us. The Olympic Games Los Angeles 2028 will combine Olympic innovation with Olympic legacy, guided by the vision to organize financially and environmentally responsible Olympic Games. Just like the Olympic Games LA 1984 made history as the first ones to be staged without government funding, LA 2028 will be entirely privately funded. Demonstrating the value of Olympic agenda, LA 28 will be the first Games that will only and exclusively use existing or temporary facilities, capitalizing on the city's numerous cutting-edge stadiums and iconic legacy venues from the Olympic Games 1932 and 1984. And I fully trust that LA will build on the great work being done in Paris when it comes to the ambitious reduction of its carbon footprint. With regard to the Olympic Winter Games 2030, we are on track to take a decision on the host next year. Here we are privileged to have 3 very strong interested parties and NOCs, all of whom are former hosts of Olympic Winter Games. They obviously know about the positive legacy of the Games and are clearly inspired by the focus on sustainability and legacy of Olympic agenda. The Olympic Games Brisbane 2032 will be inspiring the next generation of youth. Already now, the Brisbane 2032 vision plan fits perfectly into the long-term strategies for social and economic development in Queensland and Australia. They fully reflect the goals of Olympic Agenda 2020+5 for sustainable and economically responsible Olympic Games. Even the race for the Olympic Games 2036 is on, with an unprecedented high number of interested NOCs already 14 years before these games. With this foresight and with this unity, we have every reason, despite all the challenges we are facing, we have every reason to be confident in the bright future of our beloved Olympic movement. So let us continue this journey together. Let us go faster. Let us aim higher. Let us become stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Bach, for that extensive presentation of the situation that we're currently in and the role of the Olympic movement and all its family. President Bach's full speech will be available on the IOC NOCnet, as well as my presentation. And there'll also be a printed version available at the back of the room later in the morning. We're traveling quite well before we need a break for ourselves. So we're happy to take questions on President Bach's presentation. In terms of the ANOC presentation, Gunala's presentation later on would possibly fill in the gaps in my presentation. Now, the two screens over here is the technology that we have to deal with. So if you want to ask a question, can we ask you to press the button on? And then we'll try to work out how we accept it, but we've received Sri Lanka. Can you read that? I can't receive. It's right there. So, Sri Lanka, we give you the floor.
Mr. President, good morning. Firstly, thank you for giving me the first opportunity to make an intervention. We fully appreciate the comments made by you with regard to unity. Let me start saying, united we stand, divided we fall. With regard to the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, and also in the past we had many such interventions, I wish to state that your point is well taken, and you also had consultation with NOCs, which also you made it clear that we need to be united to work together. However, in my opinion, we like to propose that you made this, your suggestion, into the Olympic Charter or as a bylaw so that it is abiding for everyone in the movement, so that there's no going back with regard to the unity in diversity and to working together. Because when there are wars in this world, the NOCs are affected, and my good friend Stanislav is here. I'm very happy to see him. We should not deprive our athletes participating in games, but I have seen in the media saying that Russian athlete cannot compete. I think that shouldn't be the case, and we need to be united, and I fully endorse it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, dear friend, for all your support. Also happy to see you, obviously having well recovered from the incident you have to be suffering from. With regard to your proposal of an amendment to the Olympic Charter, indeed the principles you are referring to and I was referring to are enshrined in the Olympic Charter. We can, however, study, following your intervention here, whether this can be more concise or presented in a different way. But in the end, you're referring to the political neutrality of the Olympic movement. And we have added this political neutrality and this obligation of political neutrality to the Olympic Charter just 2 years ago. So we will have a look, and then maybe we can continue to consult. Thank you again for your support.
Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear ANOC President Robin Mitchell and IOC President Thomas Bach, dear colleagues. Thank you for your report and your keynote address. It's very well taken down that you have a clear message on sustainability. It is very important for us. So the Danish Olympic Committee is one of 11 NOCs who have expressed their concern regarding the war in Ukraine. Please let me emphasize, the Danish Olympic Committee is not more political than our politicians. We are not forced by anyone. We are merely reflecting the reality in the Danish society and the war going on in our backyard. We acknowledge and thankful to the IOC President for a clear message. This is not the time to change any sanctions. And it is neither the time to let the Russian leaders attend our General Assembly. When the time comes, we need to let the Russian athletes back before their leaders. We find it wrong that we here today have an assembly with the presence of the Russian and Belarusian NOC here in Seoul, and to our understanding, without the presence of Ukraine here in Seoul. It should have been the opposite. We need unity. Yes, we need unity. Unity is built on a principle: the UN Charter and the Olympic Charter. Those who break this principle do not contribute to our unity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unity is not unity when you consider it only to be if everybody is of your opinion. Unity also means, and we are in a democratic organization here, to respect the majorities, and the clear majorities, and I think you know about these clear majorities. Secondly, when an NOC reflects, as you were saying, the situation in the Danish society, the NOC has also to reflect its role as a member of a global and one and united Olympic movement. And it is therefore, my call to really consider this. And also, when you make your remarks, I think it was somehow revealing that you are speaking about the Russians. There are no the Russians. There are no the Danish. There are no the Germans. There are no the Argentinians. For us, there are athletes. For us, there are sports organizations. But we will not paint everybody with the same brush only because of actions of their government. And I can only repeat my appeal, to look into your own situation and to think about the precedents you are creating with such a position. We, and by the way, not being more political than the politicians, if I take this as your remark, then you're saying your politicians do not reflect the situation in the Danish Olympic Committee. This you have to discuss then with your politicians, because your politicians are sitting now in New York together with Russian and Belarusian politicians, and they're discussing in the General Assembly. So please have a look into the situation of the athletes, and please have in mind that you're a member of this Olympic movement, and that in this Olympic movement their unity has to be defined by majorities. And we have this clear majority, as has been outlined by President Mitchell just before. So respect yourself the principles you're calling others to respect.
Thank you very much, President Bach. I have 5 other requests for the floor, with 3 of the 5 part of the group of 11 that had written into the ANOC executive yesterday. So as I go through the list, if you are going to speak about matters other than the politics of the situation that you're in, then we may not continue to allow you to speak. So the 3 countries, and once I've named them, if your discussion is to do with sport, the conduct of sport, I think the politics, we've talked about it in the executive yesterday, and we've made a decision that was delivered today in terms of the focus on what we're here to discuss. So I haven't replied to the 11 NOCs yet because of the volume of work and the activities, but I will do so in due course. But for the 5 online that have indicated that they want to speak, please take note that the discussion that has just been completed will probably be the last for this assembly. Guyana, you have the floor.
Is it Guyana, Mr. President?
Sorry. Guyana, do you still want the floor?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to commend President Bach on an excellent presentation. His analysis is great, and his recommendations are exceedingly good. I am saddened, and I suppose all of us here are saddened, by the suffering of the old and the young as a result of the use of force by the Russian government in the destruction of civilian targets, and this is to be condemned. I ask myself the question, has mankind benefited from the advancements of science and technology? I ask myself the question, is persons now more happier than those before us? And it is a great question to debate, because with the sufferings we see around the world today, mankind may not be in a better position. I wish to say, sir, that I am in complete agreement with the action taken by the IOC, and I'm in complete solidarity with it. I would respectfully ask and suggest to my fellow colleagues here that this assembly endorse the action taken by the NOC so that the world could see that we are really united. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support, and the question about an endorsement of the General Assembly, that's in the hand of the chair of this assembly, Mr. Mitchell.
Apologies, Guyana, for the delay in getting back to you. We've taken note of that, and I think what we'll do is to bring it up in the agreement at the end of the session when we take on board all of the recommendations from the meeting, if that's acceptable. Thank you. New Zealand had requested the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. New Zealand was one of those 11 nations, and we would just like to make a short statement, if that's appropriate.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As I said, the New Zealand Olympic Committee was one of the nations that wrote to ANOC requesting they consider if it was appropriate for Russia to attend this Congress in the circumstances. This was on the basis of the reported recent comments attributed to the Russian Olympic Committee president, which brought sport and politics together. We accept and respect the response from the IOC president we have just heard. We fully support the IOC standing in solidarity with Ukraine in opposition to this unjust and tragic war, and doing so until peace is restored. Thank you also to ANOC for the opportunity to have a voice in this important issue and to engage in dialogue. We stand for and live by the Olympic values and believe in the power of sport to do good in the world. We look forward to a time when hostilities cease and peace and unity is restored. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mike and New Zealand, for this statement of agreement and support for our principles. As Oliver said, you know, everybody can express their opinion. That is most welcome. It's not only fine, that is most welcome. The line is only there then when our principles are violated. And that means the principles, in this case, they're excluding somebody for political reasons. And as far as I know, I think all these issues have been discussed there in the executive committee also of ANOC, Mr. Mitchell. So can only encourage there to maybe have a bilateral dialogue so that Robin Mitchell can explain to you what has been discussed there and in which way and which clarifications have been brought forward. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. St. Lucia, you had the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. I've listened to both your opening remarks on the address by the IOC President. On a few things jumped out at me. In your address, sir, you didn't make a comment that we are to continue the mandate of Sheikh Ahmad. I didn't hear you elaborate on that statement. I am thinking that such elaboration will come during the course of the General Assembly, so we can leave here clear in our mind as to the forward footprint of our organization. I've listened attentively to President Bach calling for unity, which I fully support. The President has asked us to choose the path of unity. He has said we must not divide the movement. Let's keep it united. And later on, in response to one of the delegates, he said, we need to respect the majority. I fully endorse all those comments. I thought, though, sir, that you would have shed light on the boxing situation, because now that we are face to face, I believe it would have been an opportune time to explain to this august body the stance taken by the IOC in relation to the sport. We have been calling for unity as it relates to the conflict in Ukraine, and at the same time, I am not hearing the very same call for unity and respect for the majority when it comes to the boxing situation. I would appreciate, sir, if you could shed a little more light on the boxing situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will have to disappoint you a little bit because the IOC Executive Board will, at its next meeting in December, carefully evaluate the whole situation, and then taking also into account the recent developments there in the Federation during the last Congress they had. In particular, the fact that there were no elections being held at this Congress, but that there was only a vote not to hold elections. And this is a situation we have to carefully look into, the more so that there was in between a decision of the Court of Arbitration for sport. So it's a very complex situation. But you should also know, that if we would not look into this sport with, and I say into the sport, it does not necessarily mean then a federation in this case, but that we are looking into this sport with a great sympathy. If we would not have done so, boxing would not have been on the program for Tokyo anymore. There we made already the unprecedented decision to organize it, despite the fact that we had to suspend the recognition of the International Federation because we did not want to disappoint these young boxers. So sorry that I can give you not a final answer, but you will know then at the beginning of December after we have carefully studied the entire case. And then I would also like to thank you very much for your support, for the call of respect for the principles and unity. But allow me also there, with all due respect, a comment, to compare the war in Ukraine with the situation in Iba is not something, what we should have in mind. This is, to say diplomatically, difficult to compare. But again, rest assured, we will look into the situation with all due care then beginning of December.
Thank you very much, President Bach. And to our delegate from St. Lucia, we'll come back to you later on in the morning regarding the situation with Sheikh Ahmad Al-Sabah. Can I invite Norway? You have the floor.
Dear Acting ANOC President, dear IOC President, dear NOC colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank President Thomas Bach for his address, and in particular his thoughtful reflections on the war in Ukraine and all its dilemmas. As highlighted by President Bach in his speech, the international unifying mission of sport is strong and credible, and I truly believe that sport can and should play a role to foster dialogue and to tackle humanitarian needs in areas of conflict. Sport and the entire Olympic family is in a unique position to take on such a role. Olympic efforts to help the Ukrainian sports community in this dire situation, led by the IOC and a large number of NOCs, shows how we can achieve when we stand together for a common cause. We fully endorse and understand the paramount importance of protecting our integrity and unity of the Olympic movement. For the members I represent, the question of Russian and Belarusian participation is, however, not an easy issue. At the end of the day, I strongly believe that I, as a sport leader, must be guided by deeply embedded values. In this extraordinary situation, it means to show unquestionable solidarity with the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian athletes. The Russian aggression in Ukraine is escalating. Under these circumstances, as Thomas Bach said in his address, now it will be unacceptable to open up on the sanctions and the protective measures for Russian and Belarusian international sport participation. Norway stands firmly in our position on this. Let me be clear, the Norwegian Olympic Committee are committed to make sure that sport is a unifying force that brings the world together. Thank you.
Thank you very much again to Norway and Berit. The line is very fine there, because when you say that your actions are motivated by the Russian aggression, what do you tell then the unfortunately too many other NOCs here in this room who are affected by aggression or confrontation or war? We have, in this Olympic movement, we have to treat everybody equal. And we have to treat all the athletes equal. And we have in the Olympic Charter that we are not discriminating for political reasons. And we have in the Olympic Charter that we are politically neutral. I fully respect that being close, geographically close to the conflict, like other Scandinavian or Baltic states, that there is, high emotional pressure, that there can be, and that is very natural, different political approaches than in other countries. But here again, you have to respect that you're a member of one Olympic movement of 206 national Olympic committees, and where many others have also human suffering, and have wars, and have aggression. And that, again, what makes the Olympic movement so unique is that we are all respecting the same rules, and that by doing this, we are all equal. And therefore, the fate of an athlete or a sport official has to be treated equally across all the 206 national Olympic committees, and has to be treated by respecting the principles of the Olympic Charter and the political neutrality. And then I appreciate very much that how you have been outlining the dilemma you're also in. But would also like to ask you to reflect a little bit on this, fine line between our mission and then reflections which are human and which are fully understandable, but they have to be put in the context of the interest of the entire Olympic movement. So thank you very much again for this balanced statement.
Thank you very much, President. The last request for the floor is from Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving us the floor. I fully concur with the decision of IOC to sanction Russia. That's, I know for what reason you sanctioned, and you are forced to sanction Russia, keeping in mind that political neutrality of Olympic Charter, and also the pressure came from the sponsors. I understand the decisions. But Your Excellency, Mr. President, who should play mediation role? Now, Africa is suffering from food shortage. Many commodities are coming from those two countries to Africa, and today you cannot imagine what challenge we are facing in Africa. I know African problem. I'm the Deputy Speaker of African Parliament. I know all the countries in the continent, all are facing the same problem. Your Excellency, you played great role in Winter Olympic, during Winter Olympic between Koreans. I know we have confidence on you. You are a good unifier, negotiator. On behalf of this House, you can still play mediation role in that area, so that at least if we can find some sort of solutions. We thought this fight will finish, ended up soon, but unfortunately, it's keep on going, even in the worst case, in the worst way. Sometimes intimidations are coming that they are going to use nuclear, which is against human. Your Excellency, we need to make difference. Olympic movement should make difference. You should play mediation role. I thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, we are aware and we are feeling with our friends in Africa who are suffering at this moment the most from the consequences of this war, with regard to hardship, even famine, lack of medical equipment supply, and so many other issues. And I had yesterday also the opportunity already just briefly to address this with the ANOC president, friend Mustafa Beraf. So rest assured that we are looking into this and trying, as we always try, to help in solidarity the Olympic communities in the most affected countries. And your country is also, for two reasons. They are very much affected by also facing their civil war in Ethiopia, and on the other hand, facing the dire consequences of this war in Ukraine. So again, we will look into this, and we will not only look into this. We will help in solidarity the Olympic communities which are most affected, and now again it's in particular in Africa. Secondly, you mentioned the issue of mediation by the IOC and took as an example Pyeongchang. And there we can clearly see the limits. We did not mediate between the two Koreas. What we did was to do everything to ensure the participation of North Korean athletes in the Games. And what we then did was to bring the two national Olympic committees together to allow and to inspire them and to initiate the joint march and the joint team. But we could only get there because we did not mediate before, and we did not interfere in any political issues. We did not take a position on the situation of war, which formally still exists here on the peninsula, where you have seen in the last couple of days what this means. It was exactly, this respect of our principles of political neutrality which allowed us to set a symbol of peace and to set a symbol of the unifying power of sport. But Pyeongchang also clearly exposed our limitations. Because what we can do in sport is we can only open a pathway to peace. We can only open a door for dialogue and negotiation. But we have no influence whatsoever on the decisions of war and peace. And we cannot impose on any politician in the world to walk through this door which we have opened. What we have seen with Pyeongchang, They were walking through the door, but they did not go this pathway to peace to the end. This is unfortunate, but this is beyond our potential, beyond our opportunities. So we should concentrate on doing what we can and how we can set such a symbol. And what was the symbol of Pyeongchang, which opened this door, at least then for negotiations? It was that the North and the South Korean athletes were competing together, despite all the tensions, despite the threat, despite the fact that formally the two countries are still at war. And in this way, and I thank you for alluding to this, because we should and can learn lessons from Pyeongchang 2018, also for the situation which we are facing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President. We still have a little time, so I'll take the last request from the floor and invite Panama to take the microphone.
Thank you very much, President. I would just like, certainly, with all the interventions that we have had here, they are different, right here, President. They are different just in front of you. There you go.
Ah, here we go.
There are different interventions, and certainly there are different positions in this regard, and I won't go into that. What I would just like to really mention is that today, and you have repeatedly said that, with word and with actions, athletes are in the heart of the Olympic movement. And I think we need to stand by those words and stand by the principles that you have, again, repeatedly mentioned here. And don't forget one important thing. Sport is not only peace, it's also a hope for opportunity, a hope for changing, a hope for overcoming different social situations. So in that regard, my remark will be only to really find a way, because I truly believe that athletes shall not be the one punished or the one really taking the consequences of the situation that we are today facing. I think we need to be congruent, we need to be aligned, I will say, with our principles and not ever lose that from our minds every time we make decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I cannot add anything to this, or to say I agree 100%. So, and if I can give a recommendation to your president here, I think this is a perfect conclusion of this debate.
Fully agree, Mr. President, and thank you, Panama, for the presentation. Our Athletes Commission will be addressing the Assembly in the next day or so. But I think it's time for us to break for coffee, and we'll see you back in the room at about 11:40. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Delegates, please have your seats. Delegates, please have your seats. Please take your seats.
Please take your seats. We are soon closing the doors. Can you take your seats so we can start as soon as possible?
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. The meeting will adjourn.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one more ANOC Merit Awardee. He wasn't here yet this morning, but now he has arrived. So let's give him his award. So this ANOC Merit Award is being given to Mr. Nordin Marcelli, former Olympic and world champion from Algeria. Mr. Marcelli, please. Mr. Marcelli was the first Algerian male athlete to win an Olympic title and one of the most iconic runners in Africa. He set several world records and was voted Athlete of the Year 1994. Congratulations, Nordin. Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Marcelli?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great pleasure, great moment to be in this day, receiving this Olympic Order of Merit. This is more than winning the gold medal because this added all my career. And this is very, very special. I would like to thank Mr. Thomas for this reward and receiving this award not from the president, but he was also Olympic champion, which he mean, what does mean to contest with 3 gold, with 3 medals. I am very, very happy, and we are all committed to follow the orientation and the eternity for the Olympic moment. Thank you so much for your support, and God bless everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations again, and thank you. Now we go back to the agenda for the General Assembly. Good morning.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We move on with the meeting, and the next agenda item is a report from our Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President of ANOC, Mr. President of IOC, Mr. President of the Korean Sport and Olympic Committee, ANOC Executive Council members, representatives from 204 Olympic committees, dear guests, dear colleagues and friends. Exactly 1 year ago, we gathered in Crete, Greece, for the first in-person ANOC General Assembly since the pandemic hit us, and it was amazing to see the joy and the positive spirit of the delegates to meet with colleagues from across the globe. We were together, and the word together has been a crucial word in many meetings and discussions during the past year, and also here this morning. And I can tell you, when you sit here on the podium, you look out here and see all the flags and all the words, and we are bigger than United Nations. So we should be very proud that we can gather like this. We live in a very fragile world where the word crisis has found a place in our everyday life. Crisis within countries, between countries, economies, climate change challenges, corruption, terrorism, violence, and poverty. In the Olympic world, we try to avoid involvement in political crises, and we do our best to counteract external pressures by our togetherness. Togetherness allows us to come to the table to help one another. It builds friendships and family, allowing us to embrace and reinforce the values in which sport stands for. It builds a relationship that allows us to stick together and protect one another, but we are not perfect and not always successful either, as we strive for togetherness. This is the third time we have tried to host the ANOC Executive Council and General Assembly in Seoul, in the Republic of Korea. 2020 and 2021 proved to be impossible due to the strict rules all over the world in the fight against the coronavirus. In 2021, we tried to host in Seoul, but Asia was struggling still with the virus, and strict rules against the COVID-19 were still in place. The Hellenic Olympic Committee, under the leadership of its president, Spiros Kapralos, took over the organization of our event with very short notice. Due to short time for preparations and also the financial situation in the world, we tried last year to make a different General Assembly, more informal, less fancy dinners, and with also a more interactive agenda. The result was very positive and was very appreciated by the delegates. 150 NOCs took part in person, and the remaining 55 were in attendance virtually. As our acting president, Dr. Robin Mitchell, has addressed you already, I will focus my presentation on the ANOC strategic plan for 2021 to 2024 that was approved by you last year in Crete, and to which 169 NOCs has given their input on how you see the role and duties of ANOC as an organization for the coming years. We asked all NOCs to answer questions in 12 different areas, and you will see that my presentation is organized according to those 12 points and what ANOC we have been able to deliver in 2022. So that's actually the first year since we adopted this strategic plan. For point one, we talked about the Olympic Games, and you wanted ANOC to be more involved there in the preparations. So we did debrief among the NOCs after the Tokyo Games, and a report was sent to IOC, to the next organizing committees and other stakeholders, and you also have a copy of the report. The Games in Tokyo were fantastic. It was amazing it could take place, but we had some comments from the NOC side that we hope that IOC and the next organizers will try to help and develop for the future. We participated in all the web meetings for NOCs in the preparation for the Beijing Olympic Winter Games 2022. We had a support office in Beijing, and we started an ANOC photo project, which I will come back to. Also for Beijing 2022, ANOC debriefing from the NOCs and the final report has been sent to IOC and the upcoming winter organizers. Also here I want to thank the Chinese Olympic Committee and also the IOC, of course, that we could put on the games, and it proved to be fantastic games for the athletes. We had no spectators, but the competitions themselves were great, and we have now lived under 2 Olympic Games in very special circumstances. We are participating in the COCOM for the Winter Youth Olympic Games here in Korea, in Gangwon, 2024, and the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, 2026. We are participating in the Paris 2024 Coordination Commission and sharing NOC and Athletes Working Group, here also with the Athletes representative Sarah Walker. Here, I would like to especially draw your attention to the ANOC Beijing 2022 photo project. ANOC will provide you the same service also for the upcoming games, but also for this event here in Seoul. We have ANOC dedicated photographers, and ANOC will make available all photos taken during the event for the NOCs to use on your websites and newsletters and on your social media. And you know, you can download also photos on your accreditation card. Point number 2 was the NOC engagement and exchange, like General Assemblies, seminars, and beach games. What do you, NOCs, want from ANOC? What shall we do? Because you are our customers, and we want to help you, and we want to work with you, and the best advice we can have is from the NOCs themselves. So we asked you in the questionnaire if you wanted to have the General Assembly every year, every second year, or by Zoom. 95% of you answered every year, as the ANOC General Assembly is the most important meeting, or actually the only meeting for all the NOCs in the world, to meet, discuss, network, and exchange information. But the NOCs also proposed for ANOC to develop the format of this General Assembly and make the General Assembly more active in the future. So we have tried to start here in Seoul, as we have added 1 day to the meetings, and the last days we have 2 workshops in the morning with a panel and smaller groups of participants that will enable discussions and learning for the future. We also have put on networking booths from certain organizations that you will find outside the Congress room, where you can be provided with more information about certain things. We have the Gangwon 2024 Youth Games, we have the Bali Beach Games, etc. So that's an opportunity to visit those booths, and we hope you can enjoy that. For the ANOC Awards that we will have tonight, we had a new format launched already in Crete, because Crete had the possibility to organize the ceremony in an amphitheater that was fantastic. We have also found an amphitheater here in Crete, so the award ceremony tonight will have a special section for the athletes and the awards and some entertainment, but that will be 1 hour, and then we will gather for a more informal dinner after that, with a buffet dinner and more free seating so you can talk to each other. We have also introduced, on your request, sport director and technical director seminar in smaller group of NOCs. So we have invited 50 NOCs from the whole world to a meeting in Lisbon on the 3rd till 6th of September to change know-how and to change ideas. We will continue, so it will reach all the NOCs in the world. We think it's important with this inter-exchange knowledge. And we've been working with the ANOC World Beach Games and the preparations, and we will have a special presentation about that. I just want to mention, when we talk about the beach games, the result of the survey ANOC made after the first games in Doha in 2019. The feedback from the 97 NOCs from all 5 continents with participating athletes was overwhelmingly positive and scored 8.65 out of 10. The feedback from the participating IFs scored 8.92 out of 10, and they were all very interested in participating in the future editions of the Beach Games. With this result, the ANOC Events Commission presented it to the ANOC Council, and the decision was taken to organize the ANOC World Beach Games every second year, and you will hear a presentation both from ANOC Events Commission and the next host for the Beach Games later today. Point number 3 was ANOC NOC representation in IOC and other organizations. The NOCs wants to have a voice in the IOC and other Olympic organizations. You, the NOCs, want ANOC to be the voice and bring forward the specific topics that concern them both internationally and nationally. ANOC has a voice in the following boards and commissions. 1 representatives for the NOCs in the IOC Executive Board, which is our acting president, Dr. Mitchell. ANOC representation in all IOC commissions. We have NOC advisory groups in the coordination commissions, and I want to thank James and Tosh that he made that possible to have a broader influence in the preparations. And ANOC Executive Council is now invited to the IOC sessions, so we can be a part of the decisions. We have no voting right, but we are a part, like the IFs are a part of the session. And we have representation in WADA and in CAS. The NOCs and ANOC have a voice, but we should improve our communication to all of you, to the NOCs from these meetings, and also ANOC should gather the questions from the NOCs before the meetings take place, so we can raise your questions. So I promise you we will improve the communication as much as we can. And please, you communicate back, then it's easier for us to work together. ANOC has also this year made activity reports to the continental associations to update you, but also to update ourselves about NOC's special questions and problems. We have also welcomed NOCs to our headquarters in Lausanne for presentations and interesting discussions. And if you want to have a board meeting or another meeting in our headquarters, you're most welcome. Just inform us, because it's a good place to have meetings. And I know that many of you visit the IOC, and we try to coordinate the visits between us. Point number 4, it's for the ANOC Executive Council and commissions. We think, and you think, that the meetings should be at least 4 times a year and not 2, as we have today, because we have many important things to decide about, and we should inform you. Already today, we have consultation meetings between presidents from the continental associations and our acting president and the president, and they take place every third month. We want to have, or you want to have, more women presentation in the ANOC Executive Council, and it should be higher with the goal to reach 50%. Here, I'm very happy that I've been able to continue to invite 5 women delegates from each continent to participate on the ANOC cost in this General Assembly, because normally the women participation in the delegations is not so high. So we will continue with this until we have 50% women in your delegation. And we hope we have a lot of young women here that you will have the energy to continue your work in the NOCs. For the commissions, ANOC commissions, we have small working commissions, but we always have at least 1 representative from each continent, and we will have 1 athlete representative in each of the continents. Each of the commissions. We will review the commissions now at the beginning of the year, and we will inform you both about new commissions, but also the membership. And the share of the commissions are ex officio members of our council. Also for the Athletes Commission, I think Kara will make a presentation later. But we have agreed it should consist of 2 representatives, 1 man and 1 woman, from each continent. So we have the balance there, and we have more athletes that we can work with. Point number 5, we have started an ANOC Digital Accelerator program. Upon request from the NOCs, we have started with workshops in different topics, and many of you have participated because we have more than 100 NOCs in each of these seminars, and we will have a special presentation on that a little later on. Also, we will have a digital library, and so you can also have access to that. We have had 7 workshops so far, and we will have 3 more during this year, and with different topics, as I said, and then we will review the program for next year. We also have been working a lot with sustainability. We know that all organizations and all partners in the world, it's a very important point, and we have to include that in our daily work. So we have published, you have a publication in your files, which is called ANOC Sustainability Strategy. We have joined the UN program. I don't remember what it's called at the moment. And also here outside, we have a booth with the sustainability to help you and explain how you can join the program, and because it's a little bit difficult to understand how to do. And we also have a special presentation tomorrow. Point number 8 was education. We have had cooperation with the Seoul National University. We have scholarships here. We have also had scholarships in the Sochi University, but of known reasons we have not had that this year. But we are also looking for more universities in your countries that can accept foreign students, and we are willing to give scholarships to more students for their education. So this was a summary of the tasks we have fulfilled since our meeting in Crete and of course we are working with the rest of the plan, and we want your input very much because, as I said, you are the customers, and we want to have a very tight cooperation, but it's you who decides what you want ANOC to do. We have also another project that was created by IOC called the International Sport Calendar, where ANOC, ASOIF, IOC, we firstly have been discussing the very tight calendar, as we all know, the sport calendar, and how to make a balance and how to try to coordinate events and competitions. And we are now in that stage that we have the calendar on the ANOC website. So please, before you set dates for new competition and events, you can go in and look so it doesn't clash with any other meeting there. Also in this working group, we have been working with the request also from the continental associations on how to make, how to get more Olympic qualification competitions in the continental games, because that's a very good way also to promote the games, but also it will help the NOCs and the athletes for their qualification for the games. We will have hopefully an MOU ready in a couple of weeks. This has been going on now for 2 years, but we have come to a stage at least that we have a draft of the MOU, and I hope we will manage to put it to an MOU in a couple of weeks. We have I was looking for Mr. Richie Bitty. We have a draft at the moment at ASOIF, and we will have a draft at ANOC as well. Then, of course, this year we've been working very close with the Korean Olympic Committee and all the authorities for the planning of this huge meeting, which is really, it's fantastic to do. It's a lot of logistics, but we made one team from the Koreans and from ANOC. And here I want to thank the President Lee and his team from the Korean Olympic Committee, but I also want to thank our team in ANOC, and they've been working day and night with all your registrations and hope, and we can see you're all here, so it works. You all came to the airport, and now we are here in this room, but it's a fantastic meeting to organize. It's a lot of logistics, but it's worth every single moment, I would say, to be able also to participate. We have also, from ANOC side, we have a very good cooperation with Olympic Solidarity and the NOC department, the IOC as a whole, and the international federations. We have become much closer to the IFs after the beach games, and now we have a common project, and we think that is important both internationally and nationally. We have listened to the NOCs, and we have taken the first steps to modernize our organization and also to activate the exchange of knowledge between all NOCs, and this was an important request from the NOCs that you made in our questionnaire. Mr. President, I finish my report here, but will come back under the special item related to the ANOC Events Commission and ANOC World Beach Games after lunch, where we will have a presentation also from the organizing committee in Indonesia. I want to thank Acting President and our ANOC Executive Council, and also IOC President and IOC staff for the excellent cooperation and support. And special thanks also to, as I said, to the staff of ANOC. They've been working very hard with very small resources. And it's a great privilege to be here and to stand in front of you and to work with Association of National Olympic Committees. So, if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Otherwise, I thank you very much for your cooperation, and it's very nice to see the family here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gunilla. We have a question from Jordan. Jordan, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. It's more of a comment and then leading up to a question. Gunilla, sorry if it takes more than 60 seconds. Dr. Mitchell and Gunilla, I would like to thank you and your team. We've worked with Gustavo, we've worked with the ANOC Marketing Commission President Susan on the Digital Accelerator Program, which in the last GA and in the OCA GA, we thanked you a lot for what you brought to the NOCs in that. It's a spectacular project that has created a clear key performance indicator for NOCs to for some co-opetition between us in the area of engagement and in the area of our social media footprint, a good footprint to grow. And honestly speaking, this has translated within at least our team in Jordan and many other NOCs into a very positive vibe that has had us all work on creating a bigger footprint there. I think that standard that you have created, that is very numeric, very quantifiable, has had us engage more and more. And as Gunilla, you said, more than 100 NOCs are engaging within the competency and capacity building program that you have created, which gives our athletes and coaches, admins, and everybody more reach, and we love that. It is important for this to be positively infectious across other areas within NOC work. In I think item 6 of the last meeting, I commented on this when we talked about the strategic plan of ANOC, and that was strategic plan 2021-2024. The hope is that a similar model is followed for NOC governance, NOC competency and capability building, even contribution to big data when it comes from our side, NOC knowledge sharing, which you mentioned, Gunilla, and you've been already working on as ANOC, safe sports, and cooperation between the different NOCs and others. And this would also be translated across platforms that you already own, like your website, social media, ANOC Awards. And the hope is that ANOC Awards is there to award progress within different NOCs, positive one within all NOCs, and how we all move forward together to grow within the general strategy that's drawn for the Olympic movement by the IOC and by the IFs, and then that is all translated within our different NOC strategies. And for that to be recognized and for us to know if we are all going in the right direction together. Mr. President and Gunilla, I think if we can institutionalize that more, we believe that we, at least in Jordan, believe that if this is institutionalized and grown, we, while working together within ANOC, can really, really, really move forward together to a greater sports world. I thank you for your time, and sorry that this was long.
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for your kind words. And this also gives me the opportunity to thank all the ANOC commissions, which I think I forgot to mention. We are working with different projects, and this is one of the projects. But we take proposals from one and every little commission, and we'll, of course, take also your new proposals, and maybe we can make another commission that can deliver what you said. So Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you also for the cooperation we have had with the Jordan NOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nasa and Gunilla. The floor is available for Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a comment to Gunilla. Firstly, I'd like to say, Gunilla, your team has done a wonderful job, and I join Jordan in congratulating you and your team for a wonderful job on social media. Keep it up. And one little thing is about the Athlete Commission. You made an observation that in future it will be one male, one female from each continent. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's no more requests from the floor. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Gunilla. The next report is from our ANOC Legal Commission, and there's proposals to the ANOC Constitution that will be addressed during this session.
Looking at my number on the agenda, I thought I'd be saying good morning to everyone, but it's good afternoon. The first thing I'd like to deal with is the amendment to the ANOC Constitution. It's a very simple and straightforward amendment. In fact, it dovetails with the last question that was asked and our Secretary General's answer. As currently constituted in our Constitution, the ANOC Athletes Council is made up of the chair or president of each continent's Athletes Commission, which of course limits it to 5 in number. And it's the desire of the Athletes Commission, it's the desire of ANOC's initiatives across the board that we try to balance our commissions, and in this particular case, the Athletes Commission, with an equal number of men and women. And we can't do that if we're limited just to who happen to be the elected presidents of the various 5 continents. So in order to open it up to allow us to have that be the case, in conjunction with the Athletes Commission, we're proposing an amendment to the Constitution that would allow us to do that, and that is to add the words to the existing wording, and such additional members as may be appointed by the Executive Council. So this would permit the Executive Council, in conjunction with the Athletes Commission, to add sufficient members from the continents to, first of all, do its business in a better fashion, since it would have more athletes to consider the views of, and also allow the assurance that the Athletes Commission would be balanced as to both men and women in terms of membership. So this is the only amendment that we're dealing with this year to our Constitution. It's endorsed by the Athletes Council. It's very simple and straightforward. The amendment does require a 3/4 majority vote because it's an amendment to the Constitution. So I would ask our acting president, Robin Mitchell, if he would now ask for the vote from the floor and advise the result, hoping that the result will be that it will show a 3/4 majority vote in favor of this particular amendment.
Thank you very much, Mike. With the technology available, we'll see whether we can get the vote to an accurate count. Before going on to the vote, we have a couple of requests for the floor. from the Central African Republic.
Sure.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. If we are to talk about parity for the Athletes Commission, the wording doesn't reflect what we wish for. Wouldn't it be easier to simply say that the Commission is composed of 2 athletes per continent, men and women, rather than to say that there has to be 1 man, 1 woman? The Athletes Commission has members, as its members, athletes, men and women. Thank you.
This wording will accommodate that. I don't think we have to expressly state it. I like to think we've moved on to a degree in the maturity of our organization that when we appoint members to a commission, we appoint men and women. This will allow us flexibility in number. If we want more than 10, we can go to more than 10. And there's no question and doubt about it that it will be implemented by means of seeing to it that each continent has a man and a woman on the commission, on the Athletes Commission, from that particular continent.
Thank you. We have a request from Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, I beg to disagree with Mr. Michael Chambers. The Constitution has to be very clear, and you should specify what you want. And if it is open, we will end up in issues in later. As long as we have honorable people like you, it will not be misinterpreted. But I think I tend to agree with my friend from Africa that you need to be specific in Constitution what you want to do, so that it is not misinterpreted by anyone coming after you. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I suppose it's not uncommon that lawyers find that other lawyers disagree. I would strongly recommend that we just adopt this. If there's any issue, I can assure you that next year I'll be back changing it if there's an issue. I don't believe there's going to be any issue. Adopt it, put the people in place, and let them go about their work, the 5 men and 5 women. That's my position.
A final comment from South Africa, please.
Thank you, President. If you could just have the resolution on the screen again, please. Because I think we're going counter to the proposal by the previous speaker, which required that there be a man and a woman from each continent. So that's an automatic inclusion. But it doesn't reflect in this clause. It simply refers to presidents of athletes' commissions, whereas the previous speaker spoke about 2 people, a man and a woman from each continent. And then the other recommendation is that in South Africa, we've tried to a large extent to stick to the IOC's recommendation regarding the formation and selection of athlete commission members. And I think we should also consider the fact that this commission of ANOC should be as closely similar to that of the IOCs as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention. I think this Athletes Commission reflects the reality of the ANOC circumstances. ANOC does have a games, but its games doesn't bring its quote-unquote athletes for whom it serves together. It just brings beach game athletes. the IOC Athletes Commission is elected at its Olympic Games. We don't have an Olympic Games. We don't have an ANOC general across all sports games, summer or winter. So we've chosen to tie, this was back in 2014 or 2013, whenever it was that we adopted our new constitution. We adopted an approach to tie into that because what we do is we serve the NOCs, who are organized in continental associations. And each of those continental associations has an athletes commission in some cases, if not in all, certainly in Pan Am Sports, that's elected at the Continental Games. And so we thought it appropriate that the chairs of those commissions, who are elected, at least in part, at Continental Games, comprise our Athletes Commission. And it's worked, frankly, rather well, except that it's low in numbers. So it has been decided to increase the numbers based on the policy that was mentioned by the Secretary General, and the wording as presented accommodates that. And as I said, we're not going to allow it to be the case that it be not implemented as previously mentioned. And if there is any difficulty with that, you can be sure that this person will be back up here with appropriate amendments, seeing to it that it is. But that's just not going to happen. I am certain of that. That's my answer to that last intervention. President Mitchell? Acting President Mitchell?
The South Africa would like another intervention, and then we'll take a decision after that. South Africa, you have the floor.
Whoop. No, not yet.
Thanks.
Now it is, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to avoid the confusion, am I correct in assuming that the previous speaker already defined the clause by saying there'll be 2 people from each continent? So the clause has to reflect that.
That's the, as far as I'm aware, that is the intent in terms of implementation of this amendment that will permit additional members to be added to the commission.
So from South Africa, we're simply saying that the amended clause should include that the Athletes Commission should consist of 2 delegates per continent, 1 male, 1 female, and then the rest of the clause can be accepted for now as well.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for that intervention. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I also want to make sure we have the will of the NOCs that's ultimately put in place here. So what I would recommend is that we adjourn this particular point, because I don't want to go through an amendment that's voted on and then the amended resolutions voted on. Let me speak to the people after I finish my remarks later today, and then we'll come back at another appropriate time and present something once again that'll either be this or maybe, as suggested, having some wording amendments, because I think all of the interventions were well taken, but I'm sure at your own meetings you don't ever wish your assemblies to turn into drafting committees, and we'll do that work in the interim before I come back up with a further presentation of this amendment. Okay? Would that be all right with you, Chair Mitchell?
Yes, thanks very much, Mike. I think we'll adjourn, as you put it, the item, and then come back to the meeting later on today or tomorrow with the appropriate wording.
And when we come back, hopefully we'll get that 3/4 majority for the wording that everybody can be satisfied with. So I'll now quickly review some of the work that's been done by the Legal Commission over the past 4 years. I guess you could say we've been busy. we started off in a quote-unquote busy way with the 2018 General Assembly, which you all will recall, had some significant difficulties with respect to the election of the president. In fact, we've been living with that legacy of, if I could call it, non-election for the past 4 years, and the weight of that has sort of borne on the ANOC shoulders for the past 4 years. However, tomorrow that's all changing. Tomorrow we're going to elect not an acting president, but a president. And that's going to be very meaningful, really meaningful for the future for ANOC. The Legal Commission was pleased to work with the Council and the acting president to navigate the waters through the acting president's circumstance and the challenges organizationally that arose from the fact that 2018 was actually a non-election as opposed to an election. And tomorrow, believe it or not, it's hard to, I guess time flies, but tomorrow will be the first time that ANOC will be electing a president since 2014. It's been 8 years since we last elected a president. But tomorrow we will be electing a president, and it'll be the dawn of a new day, and we're going to proceed forward accordingly. Sheikh Ahmed, who was our president after Maria Vasquez-Ranya's resignation, until he chose not to allow his name to be on the ballot, although didn't withdraw his nomination in 2018, is pursuing his appeal, and we wish him well, but that's now his personal business, and it's not our business, it's his business. And we wish him well, as we would with anyone who is pursuing what they perceive as a just result. As I mentioned, however, the legacy, if you could call it that, of 2018's non-election ends tomorrow. And that'll really provide, I believe, ANOC with the fresh air to look at where it's going, decide where it's going, and get on with the task of getting there. Under a president, not an acting president, a president, and of course a senior vice president and all of the new members of the, not that the Executive Council is being completely changed, but all of the newly elected Executive Council. For those of you who are new here, the way our Executive Council works, it's elected in most part by the continental associations. We don't elect our Executive Council here. Each of the 5 continental associations elect their representatives that then sit on the council. And those continental associations have elected persons, many of whom are returning from the past 4 years, who will take office the day that, the moment rather, that this assembly adjourns and the next 4-year quadrennium begins. By the way, one of the constitutional changes that we made during the past 4 years was to permit continental associations that have elections in between our quadrennial election assemblies to change their members in the interim, and they're not locked into the members that they had at the beginning of our quadrennium, which was the way it was set up originally in 2014. In any event, shortly after we got through those rough waters of the 2018 election and providing counsel and advice to the Executive Council and leadership with respect to how to navigate those waters, the Legal Commission was then confronted with the task of assisting in the transition from the failed task of the San Diego Organizing Committee, where the first ANOC World Beach Games were supposed to take place in 2019, to the city that picked up the ball, Doha, and Of course, that required a new host city contract to be signed with only months to go, et cetera, which really put the pressure on. But if you like working in the kitchen, you don't mind the heat. So it was an interesting task, and we were able to succeed. And Doha put on a great games. For those games, pre those games, ANOC had no anti-doping rules, had no games regulations. So the Legal Commission was tasked with the job of preparing regulations for the games, you know, eligibility, competition rules, etc. And as well, for the first time ever, we had to develop anti-doping rules. And if any one of you has ever worked with anti-doping rules, I think the only more difficult statute to read is an Income Tax Act. The anti-doping rules are very detailed, very lengthy, and we were able to put something together in quick order that WADA approved and have those in place for our first games. However, shortly after our first games, of course, January 1st, 2021 was just over the hill, and that was the date upon which the new World Anti-Doping Code came into place, which, if you're dealing with the details, you know, in terms of big parameters, sort of high altitude look at it, there weren't a lot of changes to the World Anti-Doping Code that you might recognize, but if you're down in the details, there were a lot of changes. And that required a lot of work on the part of the ANOC Legal Commission to put a new set of anti-doping rules in place for ANOC that I'm happy to say were, of course, ultimately approved by WADA. And since we were now going to move from the first edition of the ANOC World Beach Games to a second edition, just like it would be for almost any organization, the first set of games regulations were seen as regulations that could be improved for the second edition of the ANOC World Beach Games. So a quote-unquote new and improved set of ANOC World Beach Games regulations were drafted and put in place for the second edition that's taking place next year. I would remind you that both the ANOC World Beach Games regulations and the ANOC anti-doping rules are available for your review on the ANOC website. I think it's important, just before I close, to note that one of the important changes to the Constitution that we're able to bring into effect because of your adoption of it was that last year in Crete, we adopted a change to the Constitution that requires that of the Executive Council, not less than 30% be women. Of course, that's only the first step. We like to think that the second step will be that we'll be at not less than 50%. But we'll see what that happens and what happens about that, and when it does happen, if we're asked to do so, we can prepare the appropriate amendments to our Constitution. I've gone on too long, but thank you very much for your attention. Just before I finish, I want to thank the staff of ANOC for the wonderful support they always provide the Legal Commission for all of its work. And I thank you for your attention. Unfortunately, you're going to see me again one time, hopefully for a short period. Thank you very much. Any other questions, of course?
Thank you very much, Mike, and you've got a little bit of a homework before we finish the General Assembly. Thank you for that, and we'll move on to Finance. Dagmawit, we have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the General Assembly. I will be very quick, and as you all know, 1 month before, the audited financial statements has been circulated to all members as per our Constitution, and you did have also the link and access to the Finance and Audit Commission report for further details. So what I will do is I will simply go ahead and give you a recap of what the main takeaways are from our 2021 financial report. So we will go ahead and give you a quick review of the ANOC approved budget. It is approved, and there's nothing new. It's just to remind you of where we stand. And then I will cover the audited financial statements for the year 2021. And then I will also try to cover the remaining, or the year 2022 unaudited operating results of the year. And then I will also give a quick highlight on the ANOC investments update, and finalize, as this is the end of the mandate of the current Commission, Finance and Audit Commission. I will quickly give you a quick review of what this Commission has been doing for the past 4 years. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the IOC President for this morning opening remark and confirming at our Executive Council Board that the budget from the IOC, which is our only source of the ANOC, has been confirmed and remains to be put into our discretion up to 2024. So as you can see, you've approved this budget, but the IOC's commitment continues, and it has been confirmed that we will continue to have this quadrennial budget according to the endorsed budget. So the operating results, I will only focus on the main activities that were carried out in 2021. Of course, our main activities is the General Assembly. As you can see, the operating expenditures are less than what was budgeted, but that's only an explanation that goes to the hybrid format of the General Assembly we had in Crete, Greece, last year, and also to the, despite all the low season activity that ANOC had to do on a hybrid form, ANOC has remained active and gone ahead with the activities in terms of finalizing the operating expenditures. So of this, of the total 8.5 million that you have approved, around 5 million has been executed, and the remaining 3.4 is carried forward and will be added to the ANOC reserves for future realization of our operations. The other one is the ANOC General Assembly realization. I'm just trying to put here our General Assembly remains to be the main activity, and the total expenses still are aligned with the budget, except that due to the hybrid form, we only were able to consume half of the budget. I'll try to quickly show you that the way we consumed it was mainly aligned with the budget line items that has been dedicated, which is the travel and accommodation has been the main line items. And as you are well aware, I'd like to take this opportunity that the reimbursement has been effective, and we have now changed into a new modality of reimbursing the NOCs timely manner of their expenses for the attendance of the General Assembly, and that has been carried out during the same time and ready for the accounts closure. And then the other one is as you know, the last 3 years, due to COVID, the pandemic, and also due to the formats that we have been operating, our General Assembly expenses has remained to be at around 4 million, but it has been in 2018, I mean in 2020 and 2021, it has been functioning at a low level. But just a quick reminder, starting this year, which is the year 2022, we will be going up to normal. So by the end of the year, this year, we will be able to reflect the resuming of our General Assembly functions and their related expenditures going back to normal. So this is just simply to show you how we have been evolving from year to year in terms of expensing our General Assembly expenses. And as you all know, that the General Assembly expenses very much depend on the location and also on the contributions of the organizing NOCs that are taken into consideration. The other portion is this covers the audited version, and now in 2022 we are now past the half year, and this is the unaudited operating results. We will be reporting next year, so I will not spend too much of time, but as you can see, the so far expensed is low, reflected, because just to clarify, our accounting basis is done on cash basis, non-accrual, so that's why we're not able to see in terms of tracking the expenses as per normal. But I would like to confirm that many of the major activities of the ANOC happen during the second half of the year, that all expenses come up at the end. But in terms of being tracked, the budget and the expenses are well on track in terms of our budget and expenses. Another quick review is to give you the highlight of the investment. The ANOC Executive Council took a decision to see if we can kind of manage the reserves, the ANOC reserve funds that we have in terms of looking at our policies, and we did manage, according to the decision of the Council, the Finance and Audit Commission did manage to work on the flexibility, and this is simply to show you, give you the picture of the ANOC investment is based on the very prudent investment policy of the ANOC, and we did follow up, and we were provided with the mandate to review the investment policy, and we were able to reflect on the following year with the investments. So as you can see, we try and use the cash deposits in putting them into short-term and medium-term, and accordingly in 2021 we were able to retrieve only a limited amount of the investment returns because the policy was not yet fully functional. But this year in 2022 we were able to fast-track and see how we can play with the mid-term and short-term cash deposits investments, and that's why from 25,000 we were able to achieve to around 140,000 investment returns. So basically this is just to give you the idea that now around 60% of our cash is now being deposited in a mid-term deposit versus in last year, which is 2021. We were simply putting it in short term. So this is the result of the change of policy and the adoption of it. Finally, I would like to give you a quick recap of the ANOC Finance and Audit Commission activities. We did manage in the last 4 years, we did manage to fully transition and adopt the IFRS for the SMEs, which we know versus the Swiss GAAP, and we are now fully aligned with the IOC's IFRS adoption, and we did manage to completely adopt and did our accounting principles based on that. And then we have changed from a limited review of our audit to a full review. So the audit opinion is based on that. And the full review of the ANOC terms of reference also was done. And our commission have started looking after the finance, audit, and treasury functions altogether. And then also following that, there has been a complete change of our ANOC internal control systems, which is now fully functional, and you will hear also the audit opinion in terms of having that system up and working very well. We did also elaborated our ANOC financial manuals, which you, through your continental associations, which you were able to receive, and we're very happy to share with that. If at the NOC level, then you will be happy to implement. And then the migration of the The new accounting system has been performed also in the last 4 years. We have completed that. We are now using a new one, which is more cost efficient. And we have also implemented a new travel management tool, which you are all aware, and the NOCs are now efficiently using to claim their reimbursements. And also our ANOC investment review, the policy has been in full review and it has been approved. And we are also seeing the improve aligned to the policy. So at the end of after our auditor presents his audit opinion, we're going to ask this General Assembly, since we have, in 2022, the General Assembly is required to approve the 2021 audited financial statements, and these audited financial statements and the financial report have been distributed in due time to all members. And these audited financial statements are prepared in accordance with the relevant financial standards, which I have already explained, and according to the Swiss law and as confirmed by the audit opinion, we do believe that the internal control systems is also in place and it is effective. In conclusion, we do recommend to the General Assembly, after the auditor's report, that the approval of the 2021 audit consolidated financial statements are done, but this should be done after the auditor's report. Last but not least, I would also like to take this opportunity to first thank my colleagues and fellow members of the ANOC Finance and Audit Commission, who has worked very well as a team during the last 4 years. We were able to manage and achieve all this. Peter, Kenneth, and Julio, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve this membership and the Executive Council with your teamworks. We thank you for that, and also would like to thank our auditor and also the staff members, Manuela and Christophe, for all the support we've been getting. Above all, to you, President Michel, and then also Gunilla, for giving us a continuous support whenever we need it in terms of guidance and resources. Thank you very much. With your permission, President, I now turn over to the auditor's reports, and I will be happy to take any questions after our auditor presents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Degmovit, and we hand the floor to Mr. Kaloya, the auditor of the ANOC accounts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear ANOC members, it's my duty to present to you the main conclusions of the report of the statutory auditor to the General Meeting of the Association of National Olympic Committees. We have audited the financial statements of Association of National Olympic Committees as at 31st of December 2022. They have been distributed to you as part of the General Assembly documentation. We have conducted our audit in accordance with the Swiss law and the international standards on auditing. We are independent of the association in accordance with the provisions of the Swiss law and the requirements of the Swiss profession. And we have fulfilled our ethical responsibilities in accordance with our professional requirements. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The Executive Council is responsible for the preparation of the financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS for small and medium entities and the provisions of the Swiss law. The Executive Council determines an internal control such as is necessary to enable the preparation of the financial statements that are free from material misstatement. Our responsibility as auditors is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement and to issue an auditor's report that contains our opinion. And in our opinion, the consolidated financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the association as at 31st December 2021. We also confirm that an internal control system exists adequately designed for the preparation of those financial statements. And in conclusion, we recommend that the financial statements submitted to you are approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dagmovit and your committee, and to our auditor for the report to the Assembly. Can I ask if you can help us try out our technology to see whether it works? For the approval of the report as presented, can you press the button on your microphone, please? We'll see whether this works. Thanks for that. We've got a whole list, but we're not sure all the numbers. So we'll go back to the traditional way by show of hands, the acceptance of the budget, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your acceptance, and we adjourn for lunch. And if you could be back in your seats just before 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much for the
Delegates, please take your seats. Delegates, please take your seats. Please take your seats.
Seoul, no, it's all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now resume the afternoon session. And you'll note from today's agenda that there's a change in the way that we used to run in previous annual general meetings. The continental reports are now received or presented and received at the executive meeting, and not all of the commissions are presenting to the Assembly. All of the documentations, the slides, the movies are on the SharePoint of ANOC. So you have access to that to share with your national Olympic committees and federations when you get back home. This afternoon we start off with our Events Commission, and I'll invite the Chairman, Mr. Timothy Falk, and Gunilla Lindberg to present.
Dear Acting President, dear Member of the Assembly, I'd just like to begin by thanking Korea, the organization, for their generous hospitality. I think the activity of the event commission is already in a minute, which has been circulated. So it also includes our recent meeting and some of the site visit. Now, may I invite Mr. Lindberg to give a little highlight of some of the details. And also, I think we're going to have a large contingent from Bali, not only share what is their preparation, but also I think they brought Bali to Seoul. Mr. Lindberg.
Thank you, Mr. Fock. Just some information before we invite the delegation from Indonesia to come. So as I mentioned this morning, we have done the feedback among the participating countries in the beach games in Qatar 2019, and as I think we have the Qatari delegation here also, thanks again for the games you put on in a fantastic way in a very short time. The spread of the participating NOCs, we have a map. Yes, we have a map. So you saw they were 35 from Europe, 19 from Americas, 21 from Asia, 17 from Africa, and 5 from Oceania. So we had the whole world with us. For the beach games and the General Assembly in Bali, just some information. As we did in Qatar, we will also have the General Assembly following the beach games, so all the NOCs that have athletes or want to be there can follow the performance. The date, as I said, the date for the beach games are 5th till 12th of August 2023, and the General Assembly next year is from 12 till 15 of August. We have already booked the big Congress Center. We have the hotels on the beach. Everything will happen on the beach with no transport. And the NOCs that have qualified athletes will have 2 rooms from the start of the games. If you want to see them, the rooms will be for free, and the NOCs with no participating athletes, they will have the rooms paid from the 12th of August. For the cooperation with the IFs, I just want to inform you that we have signed an MOU with all the IFs that are participating. And we also want to showcase some new sport that might be also interesting for the Olympic program in the future. We have developed a technical delivery agreement, and we had a technical delegates meeting in September this year where all the venues were approved by the IFs. For the sports program, we have 10 core sports, and you see them here on the screen. It's aquathlon, beach handball, beach soccer, beach volleyball, beach tennis, beach water polo, beach wrestling, individual kata, wing foil, and open water, but only 5K, not 10. And then we have put 4 new sports or additional sports where we have air badminton. You know, and Indonesia is a very big badminton country. We have basketball 3-on-3, under 23. We have beach sprint rowing, which is also a new sport since last time. And we have the surfing, longboard, and shortboard. We have started the qualifications already a couple of months ago. And by today we have actually 41 NOCs over the continents already qualified. and they will be qualifying now in the coming 6 months. On the 5th of August, we celebrated 1 year to go with big help from the IFs and the NOCs and the athletes. The social media, everybody was very active, and I thank the IFs who are here and also on the program for the help on promoting the games. It's been great to see the interest is growing very quickly. So this was the technical information I wanted to inform you about before we give the floor to Bali. And but first, I want to give Bali to you, and I think we have a little surprise coming in. You have to turn your chairs on the other way because it will happen there. So welcome Bali, welcome to Korea. We will come to you next year. Where are they? I try again. Welcome, Bali. Okay? Now they're coming.
Two tribes live together in harmony within a land full of water, earth, wind, fire. They agreed to use these elements to create a mountain with water spring to sustain the life of both tribes. However, greed caused them to fight and try to own the spring for themselves. Their fight had been long and exhausting, with no merits nor results. Thus, both tribes eventually realized that it was better for them to utilize the spring hand in hand for common good.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear distinguished guests, friends, and family members of Olympic movement, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. My name is Raja Sabto Oktohari, President of National Olympic Committee of Indonesia. On behalf of my beloved country, I hereby warmly invite you all to the second ANOC World Beach Games, Bali 2023. With the full blessing of our President, Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, and the people of Indonesia, we are confident that this edition will be the benchmark from which we will remember the World Beach Game for, the Dream Games. If I might be so bold as to say, our aim to deliver an extraordinary event that will leave a valuable legacy for not only delegates from around the world, but the local people, the environment, and the sporting world. A chance for us to connect, to engage, and inspire a new generation and demographic within the sporting landscape and beyond. Without further ado, and with great pride, ladies and gentlemen, we present you the second ANOC World Beach Games, Bali 2023.
Indonesia, a unique archipelago resting on the equator, carve million paths of happiness. One leads to Bali as a wonder of nature, a place with hospitality for peace and serenity. Home of the second ANOC World Beach Games 2023. So go have an adventure and make memories and be part of this historical event. Distinguished guests and people around the world, Indonesia is very proud to be trusted to host one of the biggest sporting events this year, the second ANOC World Beach Games 2023. The Games will be held in Bali, which is already known by a lot of people for its hospitality and natural beauty. As the home of the second ANOC World Beach Games 2023, Indonesia will hold this competition with a unique concept, a concept that allows us to promote a sustainable way to preserve its nature as well as environmentally friendly. By using what we call a cluster format, the Games will significantly reduce the use of buses for transporting athletes and officials from their respectable accommodations to the venues. We have designed the clusters so each venue can be accessed within a walking distance where athletes or officials could simply walk from the athletes' village to each venue of the Games. We are also committed to reduce the use of paper by distributing schedules and results in a digital format. Furthermore, we keep our beaches pristine by not constructing new permanent venues just for this occasion. The World Beach Games Bali 2023 will carry on to support the existing environment policies in Bali by reducing the use of one-time use plastic and bottles as well as a zero tolerance for plastic bags. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Beach Games Bali 2023 will be held from the 5th to the 12th of August 2023. We anticipated to welcome more than 1,500 world-class athletes from hundreds of NOCs around the world. They will compete in 14 beach and water sports that would be held in 4 locations. As displayed on the video, our first venue would be the main Nusa Dua cluster located on the eastern part of the southern Bali. Next, we would have the Jimbaran cluster, a beautiful stretch of beach which is known for its appealing seafood dinners in the eastern part of southern Bali. As in addition to those clusters, there are two sports that will be held on the nearby standalone venues. Those are 3-on-3 basketball in the electrifying Kuta Beach and surfing in the outstanding Megana Beach of Canggu, up in the north. For your accommodation, there would be no shortage of world-class hospitality in Bali. Renowned as one of the best hotel resorts in the world, Nusa Dua will be the main athletes' village during the second ANOC World Beach Games Bali 2023. The athletes' village within Nusa Dua will be endorsed with compelling accommodation on Jimbaran, Kuta, and Canggu. These locations are also ready to house and greet respective athletes after their arrivals at Ngurah Rai International Airport. Indonesia as a host has organized an opening ceremony of the second ANOC World Beach Games Bali 2023 at the iconic Garuda Wisnu Kencana or GWK Monument Park. We can assure you that it would be a spectacular performance to watch. As for the farewell ceremony, we set it up to take place in Nusa Dua. The ceremony will be a form of respect for the world-class achievement and display that the athletes showed us during the Games. Dear athletes and officials, our highest appreciation goes to you. We wish you good luck and let us show our persistence to fight and accomplish the highest achievements. Let us create a sense of solidarity through the spirit of healthy competition and uphold sportsmanship. So let us welcome you beforehand. We hope that you can have an extraordinary time here in Bali and experience firsthand our hospitality, culture, and of course, the astonishing scenery of our beautiful nature.
As a world-class beach tourism destination, Bali is a suitable place to host the upcoming ANOC World Class Beach Games 2023. Indonesia also have experience in organizing international sport events. Indonesia state-owned enterprises are ready to support the second ANOC World Beach Game in Bali, Indonesia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warmest greeting to you all. My name is Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and I congratulate the 26th ANOC General Assembly held in Seoul, South Korea on October 18th to 21st, 2022. On behalf of the Government of Indonesia, I am delighted to inform you that Indonesia will host the ANOC World Beach Game Bali 2023 on August 5th to 12th, 2023 in Bali, back-to-back with the ANOC World Beach Game Bali 2023. Indonesia is also very grateful for hosting the 27th ANOC General Assembly on August 13 to 15, 2022. It is such an honor for Indonesia to organize this amazing event, and we are going to continuously committed to actively collaborating with NOC Indonesia and stakeholders involved to deliver the best participations and the best organizations of the events. I would like to take this opportunity to humbly invite you all to visit Indonesia and participate in this amazing event. Enjoy our wonderful country and experience our sincere hospitality. My warmest congratulations on the 26th ANOC General Assembly. I wish all of you the very best and see you all in Indonesia. Thank you. Gamsa Hamnida.
Mari kita sukseskan penyelenggaraan ANOC World Beach Games tahun 2023 di Bali, Indonesia. Pemerintah dan masyarakat Indonesia, khususnya Bali, siap menjadi tuan rumah dan menyambut atlet-atlet olahraga pantai sampai bertemu di Bali tahun depan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hope you are entertained with a bit Bali that we bring to you. Dear Acting ANOC President Robin Mitchell, dear IOC President Thomas Bach, Gunilla, Haidar, Timothy Falk, and all friends from ANOC, dear members of ANOC Executive Council, representative of the National Olympic Committees, and distinguished guests. Dear friends, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. It gives me great pleasure to have this opportunity to come before you this afternoon with my fellow countrymen. The second ANOC World Beach Game Bali 2023 is in fact a homecoming. It is, after all, where the beach games were born in 2008, when Bali hosted the inaugural Asian Beach Games. Indonesia is a nation on the rise. As a chair of the G20, the summit will conclude a year worth of activities, discourse, and fellowship later this November in Bali. Putting on world-class event, both sporting and non-sporting, is very much in our DNA. We take security, safety, and general well-being in our citizens and guests with the utmost importance. That, however, doesn't dilute our legendary hospitality, nor our ability to accommodate the cultural nuances that we are proud to embrace from around the world. And the second ANOC World Beach Game 2023 will be the new benchmark that we know the event deserves. We got tiny taste of energy that we'll bring to the event from our wonderful dance team earlier, and it should have been even more spectacular actually. Our hands are wide open for discussion, feedback, and opinions with regard to this coming celebration that we will play host. The very ethos of the World Beach Game, apart from sustainability, is collaboration and togetherness. Every participant matters, just as all life matters. Let us come together and unite. We must celebrate humanity, and I can think of no better platform than sport. We are at your disposal over the next day to answer any question you may have of us, and look forward to your interaction with our booth outside this hall. We have an amazing grand prize drawn at 5:30 p.m. today and tomorrow, giving you a chance to extend your stay at some amazing resort in our islands of gods. It will be our honor to welcome all of you, your family, loved one, and the entire world to Bali next August. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Om Santi 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 Om. Kamsahamnida.
You speak there? Are you Terima kasih, President Oktohari. On behalf of ANOC, thank you very much for the presentation and the displays that your contingent has brought to our General Assembly and inspired us not only culturally but with enthusiasm to travel to see you next year in August. Is there a part of the ceremony that we need to complete?
Yes, I would like to invite Madam Gunilla and Haidar, Timothy Falk, and also Robin Mitchell to launch the official logo of second ANOC World Beach Games Bali 2023. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, you want lunch?
What do I do?
Introduce the logo.
Okay. The logo for the ANOC Second World Beach Games in Bali will look at as this.
few words, please.
We think it's very beautiful logo, and they have all the ingredients that was explained to us, because it's a lot of the Indonesian culture, and I'm sure it will be also used for marketing the games, and that you will have big memories from Bali. And as we said, they have Indonesian NOC have worked already now for 1 year to prepare. It's 1 year to go. And we will also have a couple of more meetings. And the NOCs that have qualified athletes will be invited to a chef de mission meeting in April. But now we have the logo, so now we can just start and making also promotion articles. So congratulations for the presentation and for the logo, and I would like to invite Dr. Octo and the NOC to have a signature of the host city contract.
Yes, please. It's okay. Thank you very much, everybody. That was a very nice interlude, I think, after a very satisfying lunch. We move on with our itinerary, and next on the list is WADA, presentation from the World Anti-Doping Agency.
Dear IOC President Thomas Bach, Acting President of ANOC Robin Mitchell, Vice Presidents, Secretary General and members of the Executive Council, esteemed representatives of national Olympic committees, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for the opportunity for WADA to provide you with an update on our latest activities. I'm sorry I'm not able to be with you in Seoul to deliver that update myself. Shortly, WADA's Director of Sport Movement Relations, Sébastien Gillot, will represent me and brief you in more detail about what is going on in the world of anti-doping. WADA has always recognized the importance of partnerships in the pursuit of clean sport. ANOC is a key partner for us. You play a key leadership role within the Olympic family. Through your representation at WADA, you make an important contribution to the anti-doping landscape. This makes you a serious player within anti-doping and one of our most trusted partners. Our ambitions to address doping in sport are also yours. The solutions are found not by working alone, but by joining forces, by collaborating. That is why I want to thank ANOC for all the work you do for clean sport around the world. In collaboration with WADA's Sport Movement Relations Department at our Europe office in Lausanne, Switzerland, I urge you to continue working with your governments to support your national anti-doping organizations, to give them the funding and assistance they need, and to be strong ambassadors of our clean sport message. As part of WADA's transformational journey, we will continue to collaborate with NOCs, governments, NADOs, athletes, and all our partners worldwide to strengthen the global anti-doping program. We are confident that with the support of all stakeholders, including ANOC, we will succeed. Thank you once again for the opportunity to address you all today. I would now like to pass over to Sébastien Gillot, who will go into a little more detail on how WADA has been continuing to work hard to protect clean sport around the world. Thank you very much.
Dear Acting President of ANOC, Dr. Robin Mitchell, dear members of the ANOC Executive Council, dear delegates here online and here today and online, it's my great pleasure to be standing in front of you today to deliver an update on behalf of WADA. I have to say that I'm feeling the pressure now, both having to fill the shoes of our president and coming after such an inspiring presentation from our friends and colleagues from Indonesia. But I'll promise I'll keep this update short and take you through three main topics which I thought would be of your interest. First of all, the review of WADA's governance, which has taken place over the past few years. Then an update on anti-doping education, and finally talking about compliance monitoring. Going through the review of WADA's governance, we need to remember that this is a process that actually started 6 years ago. And in 2016, our former president, Sir Craig Reedy, who is with us today in this room, will remember that we were at the peak of the Russian anti-doping scandal, and there was the establishment of a think tank that led to the recommendation that the governance of WADA should be reviewed. This has led to the establishment of a first working group to look at the governance of WADA, which by the end of 2018 delivered the first round of governance reform. These governance reform included increased independence for WADA governing bodies, with the president and vice president of WADA being fully independent, but also the addition of 2 new independent members on the WADA Executive Committee. This group also came to the conclusion that these were only the initial steps of the revision of WADA's governance that should take place, and therefore there was a second working group being established over the past 2 years, and which led to the decisions being taken by the WADA Foundation Board in May of this year. In short, these decisions were about, again, increasing independence in the governing bodies of WADA, with 1 new independent member being added to the Executive Committee, as well as the chair of the Athlete Council, plus 2 more athletes and 2 representatives of national anti-doping organizations being added to the WADA Foundation Board. I've mentioned the Athlete Council. These were 2 big improvements from the governance of from the reform of the governance of WADA, the creation of the Athlete Council and the restructuring of the NADO Expert Advisory Group. Regarding the Athlete Council, we need to remember that we're coming back from a situation in 2016 where we had an Athlete Committee which was made of 12 members, all appointed. Even the chair was selected by the WADA Executive Committee. First round of reform in 2018, we still had 12 committee members, but the chair was actually recommended by the Athlete Committee itself. In 2022, now the Athlete Council has been rebranded, the Athlete Committee, sorry, has been rebranded Athlete Council, and we'll have 5 athletes being appointed by the IOC and the IPC Athlete Committee. 8 athletes have been elected by the IF's Athlete Council, the Athlete Committee, sorry, with candidates coming directly from the IF's Athlete Committee. We have a panel working at the moment to select 7 additional athletes based on diversity and skills to make sure that we fill the gaps that might be lacking in the Athlete Council. And in the end, we'll have 20 members. All of them will have been chosen by the athletes themselves. I've mentioned as well the NADO Expert Advisory Group. As I said, this is a step forward in the reform of WADA. This is a group that is existing, but that has been completely restructured. We now have 12 members with 2 representatives from each region, with an open and transparent process of election that is taking place right at the moment until the end of this month. And at the end, when we have the NADO Expert Advisory Group, 2 members of this group will be elected and sit on the WADA Foundation Board. I wanted to update you very quickly on anti-doping education, because this is kind of the basis of every work in terms of anti-doping. First of all, I wanted to remind the Assembly that we have a number of tools and programs that are actually available to everyone, to all anti-doping organizations, for them to be able to educate both their athletes, but also their coaches, their parents, the entourage. So, first of all, we have our education platform, ADEL, which has a number of resources that can help anti-doping organizations deliver anti-doping program, education program. But also last year we launched a new program, the Global Learning and Development Framework, which was piloted in Europe, but which aims is to deliver training in different areas of anti-doping work, especially in results management, in education and investigation. This has been taking place this year, and we hope to be able to continue the delivery of this program in the years to come in other regions of the world other than Europe. And finally, in a few weeks ago, we started a EU project with the help of Erasmus+, which this one is more concentrating on intelligence and investigation. And we're looking at making sure that national anti-doping organizations have actually a strong relationship with their law enforcement in their country. Finally, still in terms of education, some of you might have been a month ago in Sydney to the Global Education Conference that was taking place after 2 years of pause, like this General Assembly. It was supposed to be taking place in 2020, but because of COVID, we had to postpone this event. We managed to gather a lot of practitioners from all around the world, looking at how we can best educate our athletes, but also their entourage, and making sure that they know what anti-doping is about. Finally, I wanted to take a few minutes to discuss compliance monitoring. As a regulatory body like us, this is obviously something that is important in our mission, even if it's probably not the most glamorous of topic, but still we're trying to do that in a collaborative manner, trying to help rather than punish. Sorry, I'm trying to go back one slide. As I'm sure some of you know, whenever there's a new World Anti-Doping Code, which was the case at the beginning of 2021, there's always a code compliance questionnaire which is sent to anti-doping organizations to assess how they have been implementing the new code and making sure that their processes are in place. We've started the delivery of this compliance questionnaire at the beginning of this year with a staggered approach depending on the tiers where the anti-doping organizations are. So tier 1 and 2 have already received the code compliance questionnaire, and tier 3 and 4 will receive it in the next year. And maybe one reminder to all NOCs acting as NADO, we are here to help. As I said earlier, there's a number of resources that are available on our website and on ADEL, but do not hesitate to reach out to our regional offices to make sure that we can assist you in the best possible way for this exercise. And finally, we just had an inspiring and exciting presentation about next year's ANOC World Beach Games. We're already in contact with ANOC and with the local organizing committee to ensure that the anti-doping program of the event is put in place and is robust. So we are continue to be working with all of our partners to make sure that this event is strong in terms of anti-doping, and we obviously encourage all of the NOCs to collaborate with international federations and with WADA to make sure that the build-up to this event is also as robust as the program on the event itself. Thank you very much for your attention. That concludes my report, but I'm obviously available should there be any comments or questions. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the floor? No. No, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Mr. Gillot, for the presentation. Our next report is from ITA, the International Testing Authority. You have the floor.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell. Good to see you since our last meeting in Beijing. Dear IOC President, dear Acting President and Delegate, it's a real pleasure and an honor to be with you early morning in Switzerland and with you in South Korea. And thank you for the Korean host for this wonderful meeting. First, let me apologize on behalf of the chair of our foundation board, Dr. Fourneron, who had prepared everything to be with you in South Korea, the flights and everything, but unfortunately an emergency in her family required her to stay in France and attend for her family. So I wish her all the best, and she really apologized, as she really very much hoped to be with you today. I'm not going to be long, just to provide you with a very short status of where we are at the International Testing Agency, and I think the report of WADA gives me a good transition. First, for those for whom still the difference is not clear between WADA and ITA, to inform you that WADA, as you know, is the regulator. They enact the World Anti-Doping Code and the list of prohibited substances, and require all the different actors in the Olympic movement and national agencies to implement compliant programs. And ITA was established to manage some of these programs in an independent manner with the required expertise. So as Mr. Gio presented the reforms that took place at the WADA level after the Russian doping scandal, I think it is important to recall here the huge reform that was made and called upon by the International Olympic Committee, with all the Olympic movement behind, and unanimous decisions back then in 2016 to make anti-doping independent, and to delegate this work, that the Olympic movement would delegate this work to the ITA, to ensure that all the programs of the Olympic movement would be managed independently and in full compliance with the World Anti-Doping Code. So back then, that was a very bold move by the IOC to say we do not want anyone to challenge the Olympic movement, claiming that we don't do enough, that we are conflicted, and that we are not here to protect our athletes. And it was time to show that there would be now a team of experts fully dedicated to doing that day in, day out. And so I'm very pleased so far with all the actors that have decided to join this reform. Was not mandatory. It was on a voluntary basis, trying to encourage all the Olympic movement constituencies to delegate their anti-doping activities to the ITA. And so today I'm very pleased that the IOC has done this step, and all the IOC events are now managed by the ITA, but also the programs of more than 50 international sports federations. And now the majority of Olympic federations have delegated their anti-doping operations to the ITA. So last time we've met at your General Assembly, the chair of our foundation board, Mrs. Fourneron, presented a report on the Tokyo operations, and the program was successfully delivered at the Tokyo Olympic Games in a very difficult context, as you know, with COVID. And 7 months later, we moved to the Beijing Winter Olympics. It was this year, but it feels already like a long time ago. We delivered the program in Beijing, and here the WADA Independent Observer report noted the quality of the program, which is, I believe, very encouraging for us at the ITA, and I think demonstrates that now there is a team of experts that knows how to deliver on a large scale at major events, quality programs, moving from one event to another. That means that we don't need to start the wheel at every event, putting together an organizing committee that sometimes is not fully aware of the anti-doping requirements. And here the ITA is able to assist and support the organizations to do so. So in the context of Beijing, for you all, National Olympic Committees, we had developed also an NOC education guidebook, also in close cooperation with the IOC and WADA. And this guidebook was there to assist all of you, National Olympic Committees, to inform your athletes and delegations on the anti-doping operations and the requirements under the code. I hope it was useful, and we will repeat this exercise for the next Olympic Games in Paris. This summer, we delivered the program for the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama. And now the rest of the year for us is fully dedicated to putting together our new strategic plan for 2023-2026, to which ANOC has been invited to contribute. So this is an important document because it will guide, of course, our strategy and operations for the next cycle. And we have continued to onboard a number of international sports federations, rowing, canoeing. We have started working with volleyball. So there are still a number of international sports federations that have delegated their anti-doping operations to us. Looking at next year, I would like to congratulate the European Olympic Committees and the Asian Olympic Committees that have for the important decision to delegate the oversight of their anti-doping operations to the ITA for the European Games that will be held in Poland next summer, and in China, Hangzhou for the Asian Games. So I'm very much, and I continue to hope that we will be able to find a way to cooperate with the Pan American Games, with the African Games, and also the Pacific and Oceania Olympic committees moving forward. I also hope that we will find a way to cooperate with ANOC for the beach games or future events if this is not possible for next year. I think and continue to believe that it is very important also to show and demonstrate that the Olympic movement speaks with a unified voice when it comes to anti-doping, and that everyone somehow plays the game by showing their commitment into working with the ITA to ensure that all the programs are delivered in full compliance with the code and for the protection of all athletes worldwide. So, Mr. Acting President, I will not be longer. It's been already 6-7 minutes. I'm happy, obviously, to answer any questions you may have on our activities, and look forward to seeing you in person all very soon at the next available opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Are there any questions from the floor for the ITA? Nobody? We don't have any questions, Benjamin, but I think it's important that we work with you towards our beach games in Indonesia next year. And we should be up in Lausanne in the coming weeks, and look forward to catching up then. Thank you very much for your presentation.
With pleasure. I wish you a fruitful meeting. All the best.
The next presentation is from the Court of Arbitration for Sport, and I welcome Matthew Reed to make the presentation.
Dear Mr. Acting President, dear members of the ANOC Executive Council, dear NOC delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to deliver this presentation on behalf of the International Council of Arbitration for Sport. The ICAS President, Mr. John Coates, regrets being unable to join the Assembly this time. I will go quickly through these 8 topics, and we'll start with one of the major achievements of ICAS in the recent years. This is the inauguration of the new headquarters at the Palais de Beaulieu in Lausanne. Since 2005, we have been at the Château de Béthuzy. Maybe some of you know this place. It was the historical castle of the city of Lausanne, which now has been returned to the city, and we have decided to build up new premises in the Palais de Beaulieu. This is a place where some IOC meetings and assemblies have been organized already. So for the first time, the ICAS is the owner of property of this south wing of the Palais. This is the situation in 2019 when we had to destroy everything inside this area except the facade, and then we have rebuilt the new CAS offices. We share this place with the Theatre of Lausanne. So some of you may say that CAS may also be, or courtroom may be a theatre for lawyers. It's okay as long as it doesn't become a circus. But this is the situation now today when we inaugurated the new CAS offices in June 2022. So it's much bigger than the old place. We have much more space, meeting rooms, hearing rooms. This is a view of the entrance. And this is inside, where you have one side for offices with natural light. The other side is for storage, and 3 floors. This is one of the hearing rooms. The hearing rooms, I would say, with the lessons drawn from the pandemic, we have also installed equipment, technical equipment, to be able to conduct hearings by video conference or in a hybrid mode. It's important also to mention that this hearing room can be is separated by partitioned by a panel, and we can have a second hearing room joined in one big hearing room in case we need to organize public hearings. It's one of the conclusions of the famous Pechstein judgment rendered by the European Court of Human Rights, that when an athlete requires a public hearing in disciplinary cases, we should be able to organize it. That's the facts and figures. If you want to have a look, the ICAS was pretty happy with the budget because we maintained the expense within the budget of 42 million Swiss francs. The overall cost is just below 40 million francs, all included, so purchase, reconstruction, and furniture equipment. So going now to the activities. In 2021, it's a new record of the number of cases registered, 996 procedures in different type of procedures. This is a new record, and compared with other arbitration institutions dealing with international commercial disputes, it's quite significant, because if I compare, the Court of Arbitration of the International Chamber of Commerce had 840 cases, and the Chinese Arbitration Center, CTAC, had 739 cases registered. We can see here on the chart that over the last 5 years, there is a large increase during the pandemic period. It's probably due to the fact that many contractual disputes have arisen during that period of time. Employment-related disputes and any kind of contractual matters which were problematic during this period. There's an increase of all procedures, including also the anti-doping division. The new ADD has more and more cases also. If now I turn to the amendments to the CAS code, we have the CAS ad hoc divisions first. Just a quick look over the last divisions organized for the different events, mostly remotely because of the pandemic situation. So we had the UEFA Euro 2020, Olympic Games Tokyo, where we had a hybrid situation with some arbitrators present in Tokyo and some working from home by video. And the same with Beijing at the Olympic Winter Games. Plus we had recently the Commonwealth Games and the FIBA Basketball World Cup, Women's World Cup in Australia. And the next is for the World Cup football, the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, which will be also a remote ad hoc division. Now I turn to the amendments to the code. I will start quickly with the CAS procedure rules, because these changes are a kind of update, codification of the CAS practice and jurisprudence. Among these changes, we have, for example, some provision regarding the turnover of arbitrators to ensure a better turnover, better diversity, also better gender representation. And this is also a call for all, I would say, candidates for CAS arbitrators, because if we have the gender equality within the ICAS, 20 members, 10 men, 10 women, we don't have the same proportion among the CAS arbitrators. We have less than 20% of female arbitrators, and we hope to have more. We don't have enough candidates. It's true, we need also to have more people interested in this kind of activity. And among the changes, we have also established a kind of mandatory pre-hearing management conference in order to solve procedural issues before the hearing takes place. But the most significant change is actually in the statutes of ICAS, Article S4, because there will be 2 more members appointed. We will move from 20 to 22 members in order to establish a 4th pillar constituting the ICAS. So far, the ICAS had 3 pillars: IOC, ANOC, and international federations, summer and winter. And from now on, there will be also football stakeholders represented by 4 members, 1 representing FIFA, 1 representing the football players. This is already the case. And 2 more members will represent 1 the football clubs and 1 the football leagues. And these 2 additional members will be appointed before the end of this year. This is Article 6. We will also have a rule saying that there is a mandatory publication of an annual report. This is something we already do, but this is now in the code. And also creation of a special legal aid fund for football in order to separate also the money used to cover legal aid in other sports and in football, because football now takes more and more space at the CAS, in the CAS for the daily business. It was necessary also to separate these 2 funds, and therefore there will be also more resources to allow individuals, athletes in particular, to proceed before the CAS without any financial obstacle. After this, we can mention the current developments which are going on. This is recruitment, because with our new premises, we can also have more staff, which will be very useful. The website will be also refreshed. The database will be enhanced. We are working on the creation of a mobile application as well. The e-filing platform also will be enhanced in order to give more flexibility to the users of CAS procedures. And we try also to develop promotion and information with the seminars. We know that we try also to organize regional seminars to avoid long travel for delegates, and this is something we will again put in place in the year to come. The last point is concerning the national and regional sports tribunals, because sometimes we get questions concerning how to create a national CAS or how to create a national sports tribunal. Some countries and some national federations use the services of the Court of Arbitration for Sport, but there can be financial obstacles or there can be practical issues, for example, like translation of documents. So therefore, we think it's reasonable and advisable for the countries to constitute national sports tribunals through the government or through the NOC, as long as they remain independent as much as possible, in accordance with the local legislation and practices, and possibly provide an appeal to CAS in the second instance. We can offer also a procedure which is relatively affordable with a sole arbitrator, a hearing by video conference, so that we can also save some money in order to provide a second instance which is inexpensive. This concludes my report, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the report, and congratulations on your new office in Lausanne. Are there any questions of the ICAS presentation? Congo, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you to the presenter of this report about
CAS. We have a question from a national standpoint. In our case, in the Congo, we have created, under the supervision of our NOC, a National Conciliation and Arbitration Chamber for Sport. Of course, it is a specific tribunal that only covers and has a jurisdiction in the Congo. And so in the light of what you have just said, we wonder what role could CAS play to help us make this instance work instead of working directly with CAS. Wouldn't it be more interesting for CAS to help us make our tribunal work, which would definitely be cheaper for those of us who wish to use our arbitration? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have a question from Namibia. Matthew, would you like to answer the first question? I think Namibia is having issues with the connection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Je vais répondre en français pour le Congo.
I will answer in French for the Congo. Thank you very much for your question. I can't see you, but I know you're here in the room. It is a very appropriate question, of course. It's actually what I meant at the end of my presentation, which would be to facilitate resources locally, nationally, so that we may have a first level that would manage some of the cases locally and then move on to the CAS if need be. But I agree with you. We should develop local structures as much as possible. We don't necessarily have the budget for that, but we certainly have a lot of human resources to facilitate dialogue and maybe provide some advice in terms of management and preparation of such an instance. Of course, I would also get in touch with the NOC and IOC departments. We organized seminars together in the past in order to facilitate the approach of those national tribunals, so perhaps this could be reactivated.
Senegal, could you take the floor if your mic's working? Not working? Okay. Can we move to Liberia, and if the technicians could have a look at the microphones from Namibia and Senegal. Liberia, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the technology. My question is just on the 4 pillars which you have currently. I see that the National Olympic Committees are not on. There can be 2 reasons. One, that we do not approach CAS for cases. Everything is maybe going well. But then if that's the case, then certainly we need to kind of see that what is being done among the Olympic committees, that we don't have so much disputes or conflicts which result in cases at CAS. And then maybe learn from that and see how the other institutions can make use of that. That can be one of the reasons, but why is it the reason that we do not have a pillar of the NOCs?
Thank you. Actually, there is a pillar for ANOC, which is the association of all NOCs. So ANOC is one of the four pillars. So it is not, we do not forget the NOCs, but it's true that we have less disputes involving NOCs at CAS than with international federations, for example. So I confirm the NOCs are playing a big role also within ICAS. And as recalled this morning by the Secretary General of ANOC, there are 4 representatives of ANOC sitting at the ICAS, which is the governing body of CAS.
Thank you. Senegal, you have the floor. Technician, do you have a microphone for Senegal, please?
Je vous remercie.
I thank you, Mr. Acting President. I would like to congratulate Mr. Reid on his excellent presentation and perhaps come back to a brief comment and a question, if you allow me. My comment relates to the increase of the disputes that are brought to CAS. There was an increase in 2020 and 2021. Is this going to be an ongoing trend? And I actually want to connect to what Congo said. Sports is increasingly an economic reality, so of course disputes also increase. And then secondly, I'd like to give the example of Senegal. We made the decision under the coordination of the Olympic Committee to open an arbitration chamber for the national level, and like the Congo, we need support, which we therefore request, including technical assistance online. That would be very important because considering the speed of the development of sport in our countries, we believe that its development will also be accompanied by an increase of the number of disputes. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Merci pour ce commentaire et j'entends votre appel qui rejoint, je crois, l'appel d'autres nations et en particulier en Afrique. Donc voilà, je comprends qu'il y a un réel besoin et...
Thank you very much for your question. I do understand that there is a real need in Africa, so you can rest assured that we will make ourselves available so that we may provide advice and, of course, make proposals to you in your instances.
Thank you. Liberia, you have the floor. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Reeb, for that very insightful presentation. It's good to see that you're recommending that NOCs or countries have national sports tribunals. But my question is on the remit of legal aid. You seem to suggest that the legal aid is restricted to football matters. Are there any plans to expand the legal aid provision to other disputes beyond the realm of football? Thank you.
I can answer this. the legal aid scheme at CAS was for all sports and still is for all sports. But because of the increase of the number of football-related disputes, it has been decided to create a special fund in addition to the fund which already exists. So the other sports will not be prejudiced by this. It's simply that we get more resources also for the football legal aid fund, and the accounts will be separated also to make sure that the Olympic money is used for all Olympic sports and not only for one sport. So this is the reason why I explained this evolution. So there is nothing to worry about for this. But I must specify that legal aid is normally for international related disputes. The legal aid fund is not sufficient to cover all national related disputes. This is something which should be created separately, I think, but at this time I cannot say that it will be possible for national level athletes or national disputes to have the resources of the legal aid fund.
Vice President. Thank you, Président. Merci, Président. Je voudrais...
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate our colleague from CAS for his great presentation. And as we are talking about Africa and many African countries who are in the same position, I'd like to add the following. We do need a very serious and reliable support, which sometimes is of priority level. There is, I believe, a small difficulty in this procedure, which is the fact that arbitration must be contained in sports law in our countries, and if it is not, the decision can prove invalid and must be, and will then may not be valid in the eyes of a special jurisdiction or tribunal if it is not an arbitration decision that responds to an existing regulation in the specific country, which really brings me to say that we should put together a seminar, perhaps with you, so that experts may intervene and give us all the necessary recommendations, as well as all the necessary information to our people. Thank you.
It's okay. I have nothing to add. I think it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Central African Republic.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, of course, agree with the delegation who's spoken before me and congratulate our friend from CAS. What we have done in the Central African Republic is to put together a tribunal, a court of arbitration for sport. But I have a question related to what has just been said. What's new is that there is a project to put together a regional structure. Should we consider that the national jurisdictions are first level jurisdictions, which implies the different participants, which may be clubs or athletes, to then take their the rulings to a regional court. And of course, the structure proposed by the Vice President should be taken into account so that these legal instruments may be transferred to national jurisdiction so that there may be a coherence in the different procedures in order to also allow all the different stakeholders to take ownership of those legal instruments. And once again, I insist on the fact that it is highly desirable that the support measures in terms of training be made effective in order to carry out an efficient process. Thank you.
Oui, alors je confirme effectivement.
Yes, I do confirm everything you just said, starting with the fact that the first instance, that would be the national level, should be connected to the national legal context so that it may actually be valid. And then at the second level, you may submit a case to CAS, or even as a first instance, of course, depending on the decision of each country. Of course, the regulation may change from one country to another, so it's difficult for me to formulate a proposal that would be applicable to all states. But I do agree with what you said regarding the need to harmonize those structures.
Thank you. Are there any more requests for the floor for questions? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Matthew, for the presentation and the answers provided to our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Thank you very much.
Take the ANOC reports tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. There's a report from the Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games of Beijing.
If they are connected.
Beijing, are you online and able to report to the ANOC General Assembly?
In between, if they are here.
This delegation from Gangwon for the Youth Olympic Games present and ready to make a presentation to the meeting. Milano Cortina, are you online?
No, one other.
Oh.
Yes, we are here.
We take our own first.
Thank you. Gangwon, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Distinguished distinguished ANOC Acting President, dear colleague from the National Olympic Committee, as the Acting President of the Winter Youth Olympic Game, Gangwon 2024 Organizing Committee, it is my great pleasure to have an opportunity to write a new history with you again in Gangwon province, where the success story of Pyeongchang 2080 was created. Gangwon 2024 will be an opportunity for our future leaders to strengthen their body and mind as well as learn and respect to each other while enjoying sports. I believe that Gangwon 2024 gives the chance to the youth to experience sportsmanship and the value of the coexistence. I am pleased to give you the briefing of Gangwon 2024 preparation for the first time at the ANOC General Assembly. After a short promotional video, the Secretary General Kim Chol-min will present the status of the Gangwon 2024. Thank you.
우리들의 올림픽은 이미 시작되었다.
Our Olympic has already begun. Follow your dream into the big and wild world. Further up and up. Fly away. Winter Youth Olympic Games Gangwon 2024 following the Pyeongchang Olympic as a next festival to enjoy. Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympics. Gangwon will continue the story of Pyeongchang.
Good afternoon. I'm Chol-min Kim, Secretary General, Winter Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee. Dear IOC President Thomas Bach, Acting President of the ANOC Robin Mitchell, distinguished delegates of national Olympic committees, it's my great honor and pleasure to introduce the status of our preparation for the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. My presentation consists of 4 main sections: overview, master plan, ANOC services, and metaverse. First, the overview of Gangwon 2024. Gangwon 2024 will be held for 14 days, from January 19th to February 1st, 2024, in Pyeongchang, Gangneung, Jeongseon, and Hwangsong, 3 of which were the host cities for Pyeongchang 2018. A total of 1,900 young athletes aged 15 to 18 will participate in the games, featuring a total of 7 sports, 15 disciplines, and 81 events. Next is the overview of the Youth Olympic Village, also known as YOV. The participating athletes will reside in 2 YOVs in Gangneung and Jeongseon. First YOV, Gangneung, consists of Gangneung Wonju University's dormitories and will pre-open on January 13th and officially open 2 days later on the 15th, giving a warm welcome to the delegation. The opening ceremony is scheduled for the 19th, which is being prepared to give the athletes an unforgettable experience. After 14 days of competition and fun activities, the games will come to an end on February 1st. Next is Youth Olympic Village, Jeongseon. YOV Jeongseon consists of condominiums located in Jeongseon Haiwan Resort, opening 3 days after the opening of the Gangneung Village. The pre-opening is January 16th, and official opening is 18th. Now I'd like to explain briefly about the organizing committee. The organizing committee was established on September 2020, and its office is now in Pyeongchang, Alpensia. About 40% of the staff members have experience in Pyeongchang 2018. And now a total of our 85 staff members, including secondees from the host cities and relevant agencies, are working hard for Gangwon 2024. Let me explain the structure of organizing committee. Under the Secretary General leadership, the organizing committee consists of International Relations Office, Planning Bureau, Operation Bureau, and 7 departments. The number of staff members will increase up to 200 by the middle of next year. Allow me to introduce our NOC services team. The head of the International Relations team, Ms. Miran Kim, and manager, Ms. Yeji Kim. They are in charge of NOC relations, services, communication, and assistance. Next is master plan. Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Game is the first to be held in Asia, following Innsbruck, Lillehammer, and Lausanne. As you can see from the slide, from the west to east, there are 4 host cities: Hwaseong, Pyeongchang, Cheongsan, and Gangneung. We are analyzing the way to transport you from Incheon International Airport to the host region, Gangwon Province. First, by bus, it will take about 3 hours from the airport to Yeobu, Gangneung, and 3.5 hours to Yeobu, Cheongsan. Secondly, by train, from Incheon International Airport, it will take about 176 minutes to Yeobu, Gangneung, and 230 minutes to Yeobu, Cheongsan. You are discussing the optimal transport service for the delegation with the IOC and relevant stakeholders, and it will be announced to you in December. As you can see from the slide, the events indicated here will be held in each competition venue in Gangneung, all of which were used for ice sports competitions in 2018. These venues are only within a 5 minutes walking distance in the Gangneung Olympic Park. Young athletes are not only able to compete, but also experience various activities at the venues where the world's finest athletes left their footprint in Gangneung 2018. Next are the competition venues in Pyeongchang. As with Gangneung, Pyeongchang will also provide a stage again, but this time for young athletes competing in events indicated from the slide: biathlon, Nordic combined, cross-country skiing, ski jumping, and ski sliding disciplines. Next is the Haiwan Resort, where alpine skiing and a part of freestyle skiing, mogul, will be held. The resort located in Cheongsan is one of the largest ski resorts in Korea, owning a total of 18 slopes. We are delighted to invite young athletes to this excellent ski resort and ready to make the competitions a beautiful experience for them. Lastly, Valley Hilly Ski Resort in Hwaseong. Valley Hilly will accommodate most of freestyle skiing and snowboard. Luckily, this resort already hosted the FIS Snowboard World Cup 2005, 2008, and 2009 FIS Snowboard World Cup Championships, which means we can give an optimized experience for young athletes. Now I'd like to brief you on the 2 Yeovs that will be a safe and warm home for the athletes during the games. First Yeov, Gangneung. This Yeov is for all athletes except those in alpine skiing and mogul. Using 5 dormitory buildings of Gangneung Wonju University, Yeov Gangneung will accommodate around 2,600 people, including 1,700 athletes. The distance between Gangneung Youth Olympic Park and the Yeov is 10 minutes by bus. Now, Yeobu Cheongsan. Yeobu Cheongsan will use 2 condominium buildings of the Haiwan Resort. Alpine skiing and mogul athletes will stay here, and it takes about 10 minutes on foot from the Yeov to the competition venue. It will accommodate around 300, including 200 athletes. The important part here is to give athletes at the Yeov Cheongsan the same level of experience as those at Yeov Gangneung. We are planning accordingly. Next, non-competition venues. We are working hard to give optimized services to clients. To this end, we are finalizing the location of opening and closing ceremonies and the main media center in close cooperation with the IOC and stakeholders. The locations will be officially decided in mid-November. The IOC headquarters will be announced in early next year. Now I'd like to talk about the NOC services for Gangwon 2024. First, shared mission webinar in 2023. In consideration of convenience of ANOC clients and cost impact, we decided to have shared mission in 2023 online. The ANOC services team will communicate the exact schedule, but we expect the webinar to take place in the week of May 29 next year. The webinar is a 3-day program, and there will be a one-on-one meetings before and after the webinar so that we can better communicate with the ANOCs. Next is ANOC communication. So far, we have identified persons in charge from 71 ANOCs, and the first ANOC newsletter was sent recently. If there is anyone of you who has not received the letter, please get in touch with us. And also check out Gangwon 2024 extranet for any updates. Now this is the time for introducing Metaverse, which is being prepared to boost fun and excitement for young people. Let's see a short video clip first. This project is an unprecedented attempt and is our ambition to give a realistic but joyful virtual experience and tour of venues to young athletes and all participants of Gangwon 2024. We plan to launch on July next year, and now the IOC, Gangwon Province, and the organizing committee are working together on this project. So this is all I have for you to introduce Gangwon 2024. I hope to see you all in May next year at the shared mission webinar, and our ANOC teams will further strive to work together and communicate with you. We appreciate your continued interest. Again, it's my great honor to meet you in person in Korea, and I hope you have a wonderful time here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And as a member of the Coordination Commission for Gangwon, I can just confirm that the organizers are working well. We will have a visit in February, and we will communicate with you when we are back from that visit. But everything is going according to the plans. It will be some distances between the venues, but it's winter games, so we know that. But if you can promise a little bit warmer weather than during Pyeongchang, it would be great. Otherwise.
Thanks very much, Gunilla. Are there any questions for the presentation from Pyeongchang Youth Games? Gangwon Youth Games. Yep. Moving on to the next presentation from the Beijing 2022 report, final report of Beijing. The floor is yours, Beijing.
Recording in progress.
Distinguished President Robin Mitchell, President Ba, Secretary General Lindbergh, dear friends of NOCs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. In February this year, after 7 years of relentless efforts, we overcame all difficulties and challenges, including COVID-19, and held the Beijing 2022 Games safely as scheduled, which was a great success. Together with people from all over the world, the Chinese people created an Olympic event that made history. And again, we shared the glory of the Olympic Games. Looking back on the past 7 years, the IOC, ANOC, and all NOCs worked with us closely. Indeed, trusted my heart to you all. The Chinese government attached great importance to the Beijing 2022 Games. President Xi Jinping proposed the concept of staging a green, inclusive, open, and clean games, and also the requirements for staging a simple, safe, and splendid games. During the games time, President Xi attended the open and closing ceremonies in person and held the banquet for all international dignitaries coming to China for the opening ceremonies, and expressed to the international community the resolve of the Chinese government to stage the Beijing 2022 Games successfully. And in April this year, the Beijing 2022 Games review and award ceremony was held, and President Xi summarized the successful experience of Beijing 2022 Games and proposed and explained the spirit of the Beijing 2022 Games, awarded groups and individuals with outstanding contribution, which were well received in China. In his remarks, President Xi expressed his great appreciation for the support and cooperation of Olympic families, including the ANOC, and stated clearly that it was due to the common efforts of all that Beijing 2022 Games became a great event of peace, friendship, solidarity, and cooperation that inspired the whole world. In the past 7 years, under the strong leadership of the Chinese government, as well as the support of the ANOC, IOC, and NOCs, we worked closely with all sides at home and abroad and accomplished all tasks of Beijing 2022 Games in a successful way and contributed to the world successful Olympic Games, honoring our some commitment to the international community. We worked together to contribute to the world splendid events. We constructed world-class venues and facilities and built the professional venue teams, the efficient and orderly command and dispatch system, as well as the reliable technical systems, and ensured no mistakes in the games time operation, no breaches of international security, creating a safe, secure, and fair competition environment for athletes. And all events were held safely and successfully. 109 gold medals were produced, and this made Beijing 2022 Games with the most events and most gold medals. 2,876 athletes from 91 countries and regions attended the Games, and 2 world records and 17 Olympic records were produced. The female athletes attended 57 events and accounted for 45% of all the athletes. These were all the record high in the Olympic Winter Games history. All athletes respected and encouraged each other and exceeded their limits. They are a living representation of the Olympic model of faster, higher, stronger, together. We also work together to provide considerate and comprehensive services and support for all Games participants. The workforce of 100,000 people and another 200,000 for local support stayed on their posts and worked day and night to provide quality services for all client groups and made the Games participants feel at home. Over 8,000 drivers and over 4,000 service vehicles guarantee the efficient and smooth transport during the Games time. Over 2,300 medical workers provided timely and professional treatment to all the patients. 18,000 volunteers provided the comprehensive, considerate, and heartwarming services with their smiles, warmth, and passion. And also, no volunteers quitted, became infected with coronavirus, or received any complaints during the Games. The 3 Olympic villages became the safe, warm, and comfortable homes for athletes. The 678 signature dishes presented a feast of cuisine worldwide, and intelligent devices, including the translation robots and the smart beds, won the praise of all participants. And the cultural and technological projects, including the traditional Chinese medicine experience, became popular attractions for athletes. The 5G, virtual reality, AI, and other sci-tech innovation results were applied, elevating the Games time experience for all client groups. We also worked together to safeguard the health and safety of all Games participants. The successful COVID-19 prevention and control was one of the highlights of the Beijing 2022 Games. We prioritized the health of all participants. We developed and implemented the playbooks, conducted the closed-loop management throughout the whole process, and we were blessed by the full understanding and support of all stakeholders who conducted health monitoring before departure, took daily PCR tests, and followed the management requirements when some tested positive, creating a safe working and living environment. During the Games time, all people tested positive, were well cared for and treated. After recovery, they returned to the field of play or their working positions, and some cured athletes even won a medal. No clusters of infection or spillovers occurred, thus safeguarding the health and safety of the Games as well as the local communities. We also created a warm and enthusiastic atmosphere for Games. We organized a torch exhibition together with torch relay, which was conducted both virtually and in person, igniting the passion and expectations for all people. Then the artistic performance was integrated with the ceremonies during the opening and closing ceremonies. A combination of art and technology, as well as the green and low carbon ways of lighting, left the world deeply impressed. And there was also a combination of Chinese culture and ice and snow elements, showcasing the beauties of nature, culture, and sports. And Bingdundun, the mascot of the Beijing 2022 Games, became popular among many countries. 260,000 spectators came to the competition venues in person, and also there were 18 live sites in Beijing and Zhangjiakou, 538 city cultural activities with over 8,000 sessions, and many people enjoy the Olympic Winter Games at home, and 520 press outlets, 24 RHBs, and over 9,000 accredited journalists and photographers covered and broadcasted the events, attracting the world's attention, making the Games a hot topic. And it was the first edition of the Olympic Winter Games to be broadcasted in 4K, and for some important events, it was broadcasted in 8K, and the videos produced by broadcasters exceeded 6,000 hours, and the broadcasting signals covered over 200 countries and regions, attracting billions of people to watch the Games on TV or on digital platforms. And also the Games became the Games with longest broadcasting hours and highest audience rating, and the most extensive digital interaction in the history of the Olympic Winter Games. And also we made it a reality to engage the 300 million people in the winter sports. We established and achieved the leapfrogging of the ice and snow sports in China, which were introduced to 31 provinces, districts, and cities. And we built a series of the quality facilities and venues for ice and snow sports, as well as a series of activities. And there was an increasing enthusiasm for people, including the teenagers, to take part in the ice and snow sports. And also we witnessed 346 million people participating in these sports, ushering a new era for ice and snow sports, which became a popular and fashionable choice for Chinese as more people came to know and participate in them, enriching people's life and improving their physical and mental health, and also accelerated our building of a healthy China. The popularity of ice and snow sports and also promoted development of the manufacturing of ice and snow equipment, tourism, leisure, services, and training. And for the Chongli district, in the Zhangjiakou competition zone, 1 in every 5 people are now working in the ice and snow industries. So the people are really benefiting from our preparation work. Also, we created rich Winter Olympic legacies. We combined the staging of the games with providing services to people and promoting development. We facilitate the construction and building of all different areas and provided a profound and positive impact on the economic and social development. The preparation work became a driver for the coordinated development of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. And the region witnessed remarkable growth, more convenient transport, improved ecological environment, closer connection between industries, more balanced public services, and the sports and culture-related tourism. Also, we built a series of venues, including the Ice Ribbon, the Snow Apsara, Snow Dragon, Snow Ruyi. Also, we developed the post-games utilization plans for them to make sure that it can operate all year and become a quality assets for people. Beijing became the first dual Olympic city in the world, and the Shougang Park became a new landmark for the urban revitalization. And Yanqing accelerated its building as a model district with Winter Olympic features. And Zhangjiakou is building itself as a tourist destination for ice and snow tourism in Asia, building itself as a new example for Olympic Winter Games, promoting the high-quality urban development. We also developed and implemented sustainability plans, built the Beijing 2022 Sustainable Management System, and through low-carbon management, energy, venue, transport, and develop forestry as carbon sinks, we achieved a target of neutralizing all carbon emissions in Beijing 2022 Games. And also, as the first edition of Olympic Winter Games after the word stronger is added to the Olympic model, the Beijing 2022 Games was held as scheduled and successfully. It demonstrated the athletic spirit, promoted the cultural exchange, and also played an important role for the global solidarity in dealing with the difficulties and gave a strong voice of together for a shared future to the world. Dear friends, although the Beijing 2022 Games has concluded, the resolve for us to promote the Olympic movement is unswerved. And also, we will never stop in promoting the Olympic spirit. We will continue to work together with the ANOC, IOC, and NOCs to promote the Olympic movement and build a community of shared future for mankind, and contribute to more Chinese wisdom and strength for the progress of the human civilization. We will better utilize and manage the Olympic Winter Games legacy, including the venues, culture, and talents, to make them the new driving forces for development and maximize the benefits of the Games legacy. And we will utilize the Olympic Winter Games venues after the Games. So all these venues are open to the public, and they will see the regular, comprehensive, and sustained utilization.
冰雪运动
We will continue to develop winter sports, and we will identify strategies and plans and try to utilize ice and snow venues and develop winter sports industry so as to make sure people have a variety of activities to take part, so as to maintain the passion on the side of the general public and making sure that more people will go to take part in winter sports. We will also accelerate the construction of the Olympic Museum, which will symbolize the features of both summer and winter games. And starting from February the 4th next year, we will have a commemorative activity celebrating the one-year anniversary of the opening ceremony. And with that, we can popularize the knowledge and the culture of Olympic movement and making sure people will always keep the memory of Beijing as a city of both summer and winter games. We will also continue to promote the volunteerism and making sure that volunteers play a big role in promoting further progress in terms of the society and the civilization. And we must aim at building up people's physique, improving their physical health and raising their living standards, and fully leverage the important role of sports in advancing people's well-rounded development. We will improve the public fitness programs and step up efforts to build China into a country strong on sports. Dear friends, in the past 7 years, we have established a deep bond with each other and created a lot of beautiful memories, and these memories should be always cherished and kept. I want to take this opportunity to express our most sincere gratitude to all of you, and we welcome all of you to come to Beijing one more time so as to refresh your memories about Beijing as a city of both summer and winter Olympic Games. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beijing, for the presentation and the memories you brought back for us that had the privilege of traveling to Beijing, the wonderful memories of the competition, the gradual increase in the number of spectators that you slowly brought back into the venues, the excellent facilities and the remarkable legacy that you received from the transformation of the venues, both from summer and new facilities as well. I think the main concern for the rest of the world is there's 300 million, I think the figure is, of new winter sports, and China did well at their own games, and I think there'll be increasing competition for those of you that enjoy winter sports and practice it. Thank you very much for Beijing, for the memories, for those of us that were privileged to run with the torch as well. It was quite an achievement to do the 1 kilometer when it was quite cold, but it was a good memory for us. Are there any comments from the floor before we reminisce about the wonderful games tonight? Yeah. Tonight, our colleagues in Beijing, we will be celebrating and recognizing the excellent performances in Beijing. And we will, I'm sure, the discussions will continue about the wonderful games you hosted. And thank you for all that you did for us and for the Olympic movement. Another round of applause for Beijing, and thanks again.
Thank you.
The last item for the afternoon is the report from Milano Cortina. We look forward to hearing from you, and the floor is yours, or the stadium is yours.
Dear President, dear Robin, dear ANOC Executive Board members, dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you. Good evening. I'm here with Diana Bianchetti, Games Project Director, Anna Riccardi, Sports Director, and Francesco Romussi, our Games Delivery Director of Milano Cortina 2026. We are all very happy to report the ANOC family today and to give an overview of the milestone we achieved so far. I would like to begin from some information regarding the governance of our organization, which is the reason why I cannot be with you in Seoul, as I'm attending meetings with the institution here in Rome. As you may have heard, we are waiting for some crucial changes due to a law decree that introduced a more important role for the Italian government in our organization for 2026. The main change is that the CEO of the ANOC will now be appointed by the Italian Prime Minister after consultation with all our stakeholders from the territories, Lombardy region, Veneto region, the autonomous provinces of Trento and Bolzano, the municipality of Milano and of Cortina d'Ampezzo. In order to comply with the new governance model, the ANOC's statute will be amended upon proposal of the new CEO and approved by the Italian National Olympic Committee, the Italian National Paralympic Committee, the Italian Prime Minister, the host regions, provinces, and cities. Italy went also through the political elections on September the 25th, and this postponed the changes to be put in place. So the new CEO, although the name has basically already been agreed by all the partners, has still to be officially announced. In the meantime, the ANOC carries out its activities complying with the original statute. I can assure all of you that everybody in the structure, we are now 140 people in the team, is deeply committed in going ahead with their duties in order not to delay the fulfillment of our goals. The meetings with the IOC, the IPC, and the international federations are regularly taking place. The key priorities are clear, and each functional area is working hard to comply with the master schedule deadlines. As you know, our games include a vast area, and we know at the same time how important it is to communicate with you, to the National Olympic Committees, in the best possible way. We want to have a constructive and continuous dialogue that will allow us to prepare for the right conditions to welcome the athletes in some of the most iconic winter sports venues in the world. This is why, as Anna will explain later in details, we are now ready to give you more information and start planning visits to welcome you to Italy. As the president of the ANOC, but also the president of the Italian National Olympic Committee, I can definitively understand which are your priorities in preparing the best possible participation of your delegation, and I can assure that we are here together to deliver a successful and unforgettable edition of the Games. I will now leave the floor to Diana. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, colleagues. Ciao a tutti.
Grazie Presidente, and good afternoon everyone. My task today is just to give you an overview of the progress of the journey that takes us to the Games. With the exacting handover of the flag in Beijing, we have pretty much concluded the strategy phase, and we are working in the planning phase. In very close collaboration with IOC and IPC, we are monitoring on a weekly basis through the master schedule the deadlines we have to meet and implementing a shared solution to tackle possible delay or issues. In the image, you can see how much the activities have been completed, and among them, we highlight, first of all, the stakeholders management strategy to establish how to interact and cooperate with all the stakeholders categories from now until post-game, and lay the foundation to define the corresponding level of services. Second, the governance and responsibility matrix to establish the overall cooperation framework with the many external delivery partners we have to work with, such as the host cities, the regions, the government, etc. This exercise has given life to a city operation program that are now implementing with all the external partners to plan and deliver integrated services. And the last one, the sustainability and legacy strategy, which provides the framework for integrating the sustainability and legacy dimensions in the games organization, bringing a positive impact of the games on the environmental across the whole event's life cycle and granting a sustainable operating model that will become a benchmark for the organization and the delivery of future events of this kind. I can say that all of these activities have allowed us to build a strong relationship with all the stakeholders, which I believe is critical to getting the planning phase off to the best possible start. Now, let's see together a video, and then I leave the floor to my friend and colleague Francesco Romussi, Games Delivery Director.
Milano Cortina 2026, the first widespread Olympic and Paralympic game competition venues. 5 Paralympic competition venues and great, unforgettable ceremonies. 16 Olympic and 6 Paralympic disciplines. 2 million spectators expected on site. 2,900 Olympic and 600 Paralympic athletes for more than 90 countries. In Milano, Asago Ice Arena, short track speed skating and figure skating. Pal Italia Hockey Arena, men's ice hockey. Milano Hockey Arena, women's ice hockey and para ice hockey. In Cortina, at the Cortina Sliding Center, bobsleigh, skeleton and luge. At the Cortina Olympic Stadium, curling and wheelchair curling. At the Tofani Alpine Center, women's alpine skiing and para-alpine skiing. At the Cortina Snowboard Park, para-snowboard. In Bormio, Stelvio Alpine Center, men's alpine skiing and the new discipline, ski mountaineering. In Livigno, at the Livigno Snow Park and Livigno Aerials and Moguls Park, snowboard and freestyle. Predazzo and Tesoro, at the Predazzo Ski Jumping Stadium, ski jumping and Nordic combined. At the Tesoro Cross Country Stadium, cross country skiing, Nordic combined and para-Nordic skiing. The Olympic Biathlon will take place at the Antolz Biathlon Arena, while speed skating will take place at the Baselga Speed Skating Stadium. The great ceremonies. Opening ceremony of the Olympic Winter Games at the San Siro Stadium. Closing ceremony of the Olympic Winter Games and opening ceremony of the Paralympic Winter Games at the Arena of Verona. Milano Piazza Duomo. Closing ceremony of the Paralympic Winter Games. The 2026 Winter Games, the most important sporting event of the next decades in Italy. A better world through sport. This is the dream on which the Olympic spirit is based. Making it happen is possible, starting with Milano Cortina 2026.
Thanks, Diana. Dear Acting President, dear friends of the NOCs, I'm very pleased to attend to this meeting, presenting you what is our master plan We already have some clues from the videos. And certainly the most important things in this master plan that you already are aware of is the master plan it's pretty much distributed along the northern alpine mountains. And this is due to the fact that we would like to maximize the usage of the existing venue. For this reason, any of this competition will take place in existing venues, except from the sliding center and the Milano new hockey arena. And most of these venues are pretty much familiar to you, since many of the existing World Cup competition or World Championships are already taking place there. So I guess this is a pretty much an advantage for you, because most of your committees already know how to operate in those venues. Obviously, this kind of master plan gives us some challenges in order to serve you at the best. And due to the fact that the distances are pretty much longer than before. For this reason, our intention is to cooperate very closely with you to understand how we can serve you better. Getting into details of the different venues, in the next slide, we can see that we have 3 competition in venues in Milano. The first, as I already told you about, it's a brand new arena that will be built south of Milan, and the process is going very well. And we think that the works will be started early next year. Then we have the Milano Hockey Arena, which is a refurbishment of an existing building, and then the Assago Ice Arena, where the short track and figure skating competition will take place. Moving to Cortina, the very well-known Tofane Alpine Center, with the most famous Olympia slope, will be the theater of the female alpine competition. And then we'll have the Cortina Sliding Center, where we expect to start the works during the early stages of next year. Regarding the last facility we will use in Cortina will be the Olympic Stadium, where the opening ceremony of the 1956 Games took place. And it's in this wonderful scenario we will host the curling competition. 3 venues will be in Valtellina. The most famous one is the Stelvio Alpine Center, where one of the most famous downhill competition is taking already place and hosted every year. And then the Livigno Snow Park. In the Livigno Snow Park, we will host most of the freestyle and snowboarding event. There will be 2 venues there, pretty close one to each other, that goes straight into the villages. So it will be probably the most iconic place in terms of experience, both for athletes and spectators, because all the slopes are getting straight into the village. So it will be possible to walk to the venue and to really live the life of this alpine village. Then we move into Val di Fiemme. We have 2 different venues. The first one is the Tesoro Cross Country Stadium, and the second one is the Predazzo Ski Jumping Stadium. This is another venue that is used every year to host competition of World Cup and Tour de Ski. So it's pretty much known by your committees and by the International Federation. The same is for Anterselva. Anterselva is hosting probably the most important venue in Europe for biathlon competition. It's been home of the yearly World Cup event and also of the last World Championship in 2020 and 4 editions of the World Championship. So we do believe this it's pretty well known by your teams. The last one is actually in Basilica di Pinè, where it is planned to build a roof on the existing open-air oval to host the speed skating competition. We are in progress together with the Olympic Committee and the local community to better understand what is the legacy of this facility and if this facility will be used and in what how it will be used for the games. Now I leave the floor to Anna Riccardi, our sport manager, that will keep on explaining you more in the detail the competition and the program for the National Olympic Committee relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. If we can go to the next slide, please. Actually, the next one. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm the head of the sport department in Milano Cortina 2026, and in this department sits the ANOC service functional area. We are actually very pleased to inform you that at the beginning of the month, we have launched the Milano Cortina 2026 extranet. This extranet sits in NOCnet and will become the main hub for communication with the NOCs. As it is usual, we will post there all information on the different area of our organization. Next one, please. At the present time, the main information that you can find in the next now is our NOC visit policy and the form to apply for the visits. Considering the vast Olympic theater of our project that Francesca have just shown you, we have, in agreement with the IOC, created a different format for the visits, which mainly consists of possibility and opportunities to visit us at the Milano headquarters and 2 clusters in the mountains. The 2 clusters that we have created are composed, one in the Lombardy region by Bormio and Livigno, where, as we have been saying, there will be the alpine men, the ski mountaineering in Bormio, and the snowboard and freestyle in Livigno. And the second one that is composed by Anterselva, Cortina, and Val di Fiemme in the Veneto and in the Trentino area, for biathlon in Anterselva, alpine women, curling, skeleton, bobsleigh, and luge in Cortina, and ski jumping and cross country in Nordic Combine in Predazzo and Tesero. In the extranet, you will find the visit calendar, which consists of 2 windows. One is November, and the second one in February next year. Please remember to submit your visit questionnaire 6 weeks in advance, and please also remind to send us your primary point of contact so that we can create the good relationship we would like for with you, the National Olympic Committees. At present times, we have received 31 names, and we look forward to work with you all. Next slide, please. Allow me now to give you an update on accommodation and transportation. Next. The Olympic villages. We will have 3 Olympic villages that are conceived as in the very traditional way. The first one will be located in Milan and will serve the ice sports. It will be a new legacy venue that after the Olympic Games will serve the university students of the area. The administrative process are completed and the construction have actually started and are at their initial phase. It will offer housing for a capacity of approximately 1,400 beds. The village in Cortina, instead, will be a combination of temporary and permanent buildings that from the legacy point of view will increase the accommodation capacity of the city. The total capacity will be 1,200 beds. In Predazzo, instead, for cross-country Nordic combined and ski jumping, the village will be hosted in the military school of Guardia di Finanza, one of Italy's main sporting clubs. The dormitories will be modernized and refurbished, and a new building will be constructed. The total capacity will be 760 beds. Next. The other Olympic village in Livigno, Bormio, Anterselva, and Basilica di Pinè will be situated in hotels. But based on the mission of the Olympic village, the necessary service levels will be coordinated and offered to secure common basis. Next. Let me now say 2 words on the transport concept. Milano Cortina 2026 Games, as we have seen, are a multi-regional games. The transport concept, therefore, is designed for the cluster to operate independently. And it is based on the principle that the NOC teams will primarily reside in the cluster where they are competing, and transfer between clusters will be kept at minimum due to distance and travel times. Next. Here we have a representation of our 4 clusters. And as you see, an average distance in between the cluster is approximately of 300 kilometers, which means an average of 4 hours of transfers. The connection on top are characterized by tiny mountain roads and passes in a winter climate. Therefore, we really hope that you will consider this in the planning for your teams. But I stop here. I thank you for your attention, and we are ready to take your questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank the Milano Cortina delegation for your excellent report. We know you are working very hard and also very close with the NOCs. And you said yourself, I think the main thing that is worrying the NOCs is the transportation, because the venues are very nice, but we have to find a solution for transportation and maybe the housing. So any questions from the floor? No, you were so clear and good, so no questions so far. Congratulations, good information, and you know where we have to push. Thank you very much.
Ciao a tutti. Thanks. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. I'll ask Gunilla just to do some housekeeping as to the setup for the presentations tonight, and then we'll close the meeting.
About 1 hour late we are closing, but as we will stay in the building, I think we will manage to a quick shower and then be ready for the next activity. For the award ceremony, it starts, it opens at 6 o'clock. No, not really. The drinks outside starts at 6 o'clock. The doors to the auditorium opens at 6:30. You should be seated 6:45 because it's televised. The ceremony starts at 7 and will continue until it's about 1 hour, including the entertainment. And then we go to a buffet dinner, which is also close by the auditorium. So we don't have to go out close by, but if you want to have a drink, you should be there before 6:30, otherwise you should be seated at 6:45.
With no drink.
No drink. And we will have people showing you how to get there. It's not far.
Thank you very much, Gunilla. Could we ask the Oceania delegates just to remain behind for a few minutes out in the front here? But otherwise, the meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you just after 6 o'clock. Thank you.